if you can believe that this is actually or later than I intended to be. um, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I'm usually late, but this is earlier than I usually am, so technically this is later than I was even anticipating being, which is normal for me. Anyway, I haven't gotten to do like a full mock check ride yet, so that's what we're going to try to do. So it is about to get tedious up in here. So if that's uninteresting to you specifically, particularly, whatever, which is probably fair enough, it's gonna be like hour and a half. So yeah, here we go. We are done dun 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 doing. Hang on, da da da. Where is it? Gosh darn it! You. Oh, they're back. The ACS knuckle crack. Let's go. So I fly in for my check ride. Hopefully I'm early. I mean, I was early for my private check ride and then he was there as well. So I didn't get any chance to yeah. Anyway, but still gonna be early. It's gonna be good. Yeah. Anyway, we start out. Um make sure that I am qualified to actually take the test. I have my 50 hours of cross country PIC time. Subtract everything that wasn't solo during private training. At least 15 hours have to be with the CFII and 3 hours in the past 2 months. Yeah. No, hang on. Yeah. Of training. Just general instrument. No, hang on. 40 hours. Did I say that? 40 hours of instrument training, simulated or actual. At least 15 with ACFII and at least 3 in the past 2 months. I think I got that. Nailed it. Off to a great start. And then I got my logbook all tabbed out, so now I just got to remember the long cross country, 250 nautical miles on an IFR flight plan with 3 different landings, um, instrument approaches, three different instrument approaches. Yeah, yep, got it, nailed it, amazing. And I have my written test, and I have my endorsement. I think that's it. It's all tabbed out. It's all good. All right, that's good. Got my IACRA. Got my fee for the DPE. Yeah. And then, yeah, so okay, so now satisfactory knowledge, so certification requirements, recency of experience, and record keeping. All right, so then, um, certification requirements. Yeah, so I have to have my license, my certificate, as well as I assume, like with the instrument rating attached to it, my medical certificate, a photo identification, recency of experience. If I want to take passengers, this goes back to the private training where it's at least, well, so as a pilot in general, biannual flight review or a check ride within the past 2 years. And then to take passengers, 3 takeoffs and landings within the past 90 days. If it's going to be within 1 hour after sunset and 1 hour before sunrise, they need to be to a full stop and at night. And then for instruments specifically, from the passing of check ride, you get a 6 month grace period until you are no longer current. And then you have that next 6 months in order to get recurrent again by flying with a safety pilot. Beyond that, then it's the instrument proficiency check. So putting that into perspective, after the 6 months, whenever you become not current, it's like a recurring thing. So the 6 instrument approaches within the past 6 months, holding procedures and tasks and intercepting and tracking with the use of navigation equipment, And it's within the past 6 months. So you could have like month one, you do um, three of the approaches, and then 6 months later, so month one, two, three, four, five, and then six. So you can have three here and three here, and you're current until you get to this month. And then you're no longer current, and then by like this month you have to take an IPC because technically you aren't current within the past 6 months, if that makes sense. I think. Yeah. um so that's the 6 hits. The S being simulated stuff, and I don't really care about that. But I guess it is. It's like you have to do it with a CF double I when you're in training, but you don't need to um, once you're using it to get recurrent. Um, Safety pilot, you need. Oh, and the approaches. Oh, and that's its own thing. Okay, here we go. Again, tedious. Sorry. I'm basically just bleh, word vomiting everything. So if it is in simulated conditions, in order to count it as an instrument approach, you need to do the full approach apart from unless radar vectored, um, except for the missed approach procedure, that leg. You have to be established on the final approach segment, and you're good. There's a oh, I should have brought that up, but there's an info something or other that I can see if I can find quick, and it's supposed to clarify things, and it actually kind of made things a little bit more confusing. But then I talked to instructor, and it's less confusing now, kind of. Apparently, not. But if it's simulated conditions, whether in on a sim or training device, or in like with Foggles, then those conditions need to be to the MDA or DADH. However, if it's in actual, they have to be through the final approach fix. Hello, hello. I'm very quiet. Oh no, oh no. Hang on, hang on. Let me look. I could be just mumbling because I'm just basically word vomiting everything. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. I mean, that's. Um, I guess I don't know. Are your I've had people tell me that, and then their headphones have been off or something. So is it something on your end? Because like I don't want to get too loud because I do get loud, and I haven't changed any volume settings. So unless you tell me otherwise, I'll probably keep it where I'm at. I'll try and aim more into the microphone and not mumble so much. So yes, hello. How are you? How's it going? So yeah, this is gonna be tedious. I'm. It's already like 11, 12 minutes into the thing, and I'm still on the first page of the ACS. So hope that's all right. But that's what we're doing today. So yeah. So yeah. So that was how instrument. Oh, so then yeah. So being able to once the that was actually qualifying the instrument approaches in order to get current. So once you do that, in order to record them, you need to be with a safety pilot if you're doing it simulated. That can be a private pilot who is certified within the aircraft to be flown category and class of the aircraft to be flown. Um, Yeah, and then you just need to put their name, and it's like the location and type of the instrument approaches that you did. And I mean, I think that's it. Oh, yeah. Ugh. This is why it's difficult because I'm just trying to like word vomit, whereas Like once DPE shows up, he's going to start picking at places that I don't actually understand. Ugh. Yes. So privileges and limitations. You can fly on an IFR flight plan. Um, yeah, cloud stuff. Um, yeah. Part 68 basic med. It's in the far aim. I'll look at it. It's well, okay, I'll try and remember it. It's the examination every 4 years and the checklist every 2 years, and it can be done with your primary care provider. Doesn't need to be an AME. And can't fly for compensation or higher. Um, uh, limited to like 12,500 pounds and like less than 9 people. I don't know, something like that. It's that sort of stuff. I'm not on basic med, so I don't know. Oh, so third class medical. I'm a medical. 5 years from the date it was issued, and yeah, yep, sounds good. All right. Failure to distinguish proficiency versus currency. Currency is legal and following all the things like the 3 landings within 90 days. If you did 3 landings 90 days ago and you're going to try and go up with passengers, that's probably not a good thing because like it's been a while. You should probably go up and either practice yourself or go with a CFI, CFII, particularly with regard to instrument stuff. And like for me, I guess I'll throw that out there. I don't know how much. So coming into personal minimums, if you ask what my personal minimums are for IFR, they are VFR. I will go on an instrument flight plan, but if I cannot conduct it in VMC, I won't be going. I need very much more actual instrument time before I can be comfortable with um, that. Yeah. So that's my personal minimum. That's proficiency versus the currency. Technically, I could go fly around in the clouds. Will I? No. Failure to ensure fitness for flight physiological factors might affect the pilot's ability to fly under instrument conditions. So yeah, so that I am sure goes into the I'm safe stuff, the PAVE stuff, the illness medication, stress, alcohol, fatigue, exercise, eating, emotion for the I am safe. And I'm sure it'll get into other factors. I'm trying to remember if the medical factors are in this one. We'll see. Flying unfamiliar airplanes or operating with unfamiliar flight display systems and avionics. Don't do it. Yeah, not planning to. During my private, he asked me a question. If we wanted to go to one of these hangars out here and take out this airplane, it's a Piper, it's a low wing, it's this, that, whatever, and could we go fly it? And I spent 10 minutes looking for the answer that no, you technically couldn't when it wasn't there. Because technically you can. So my answer eventually ended up being after that 10 minutes was I guess I think yes, technically it is legal, but personally I wouldn't. So yeah, I had something where I thought that there was it might have been a student thing where you couldn't fly in it if you I don't know, something weird that I misunderstood, and that's what that was. So in case of that sort of situation again, you just be like, yes, I think it is probably legal. I am not going to do it. Safe answer, I guess. Apply requirements to act as PIC. Blah blah blah. Scenario given. Don't have one, so we'll continue. Weather. Yay. Okay. Sources of weather data. Yeah, National Weather Service, Flight Service, aviationweather.gov. I was supposed to pull that up. We'll kind of look at that. We'll look at that on our cross country looking at stuff. So yeah, so then flight service, and then yeah, all the things. We'll maybe come back to this. Circumstances, go, no go, personal weather minimums, hazardous weather. Again, personal weather minimums being VFR. So like adding we'll get into that. Onboard weather equipment. So, weather equipment I have is defrost, pitot heat, carb heat. That's what we got. And in heavy. So it's a not a flight, not for flight into known icing, but the only way that you get known icing is through PIREPs and once you notice that there is icing on your aircraft. So yeah, in-flight weather resources, that stuff as well as the ATIS, the AWAS, flight service again. Yeah. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. So yeah, we'll go over the weather stuff once we get to the cross country. So yeah, I tried to plan. Well, I'll quick read it. Sorry. Again, sorry, tedious. We're getting there. Route planning, including consideration of available navigational facilities, special use airspace, preferred routes, alternate airports. Altitude selection, accounting for terrain obstacles, glide distance, IFR cruising altitudes, effective wind and oxygen requirements. Time, climb, descent rates, course, distance, heading, true airspeed, ground speed, estimated time of arrival to include conversion to universal coordinated time, fuel requirements to include reserve, elements of an IFR flight plan. That's right. Procedures for activating and closing an IFR flight plan in controlled and uncontrolled airspace. Okay. So, altitude selection. So, we'll kind of go over this. Elements of an IFR flight plan. So, you end up doing your tail number. So I've shown him when I file, I click the button and it is tail number. It is color of the airplane. It is uh, the type of equipment you have. I got a /G because I have the GPS. The true airspeed, the en route cruising speed. Sorry. Oh, I don't want to do that. I have it. I know that if I press the proceed to file button, it's not going to actually file it, but I'm terrified of accidentally filing it. But anyway, so the where you're taking off from, your requested route to your destination, how many people are on board, how much fuel is on board. I'm not sure I'm counting with these fingers properly, but okay. An alternate if required, um, and all your piloty information. And I think that's it. Yeah, procedures for activating and closing. So you file it, and then once you're activating it, you can do it on the ground or in the air. On the ground, you're calling, or there it's like the GCO, or you can call them on the phone. You tell them this is what you want. You get your clearance. Read it back. Awesome, amazing. In the air, you call up whatever the center is. Hopefully, you get the right one, or they'll send you off to whoever you're supposed to be with. And then they'll just basically do the same thing. You are cleared to wherever and do this, and awesome. Yeah, sounds good. Closing. You can close in visual conditions when you have the airport in sight. You can close it with center, or you close it with flight service afterward. Okay, excellent. Oh, and if it's tower, I don't do a whole lot of towered flying. The tower closes it for you once you land. Awesome. Okay. Applicant demonstrates ability to identify, assess, mitigate risks encompassing pave, pilot, aircraft, environment, which is weather, airports, airspace, terrain, obstacles, external pressures, limitations of air traffic control services. So I guess that's a potential like radar versus non-radar environment, such as when on my long cross country, we could not get ATC back. So we had to like try climbing and stuff. At one point we had to like cancel and like refile and everything once we got to somewhere where they could actually hear us, because we could hear them, they couldn't hear us. So understanding that, limitations of electronic planning applications and programs, so not relying on the fancy gadgets, and improper fuel planning. That is why we have the rule of going to the destination and the alternate and an extra 45 minutes, or potentially twice that if that's a personal minimum. Because it's a lot of times you're not going to need it. It's for those, it's insurance basically. That extra fuel and that extra plan in case of emergency. Awesome. Applicant demonstrates ability to blah, 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 blah. Recalculate fuel reserves based on the scenario provided by the evaluator. So I will have to do that. Create a navigation plan, simulate filing IFR, flight plan, simulated filing. Beep, got it. Excellent. Interpret departure, reference to. All right, is that what we're doing? Recognize simulated wing contamination due to airframe icing and demonstrate knowledge of the adverse effects of airframe icing during pre-takeoff, takeoff, cruise, and landing phases of flight, as well as the corrective actions. So one of the things is specifically in my POH, and I think in general, if you're suspecting icing, structural icing, when you're coming into land, you land faster and you do not use the flaps. Because if there is tailplane icing, putting the flaps down is going to screw you over. It's going to look like a stall, but what you have to do is neutralize the controls rather than nose down, because that just puts you further into it. Something like that. Again, anything I'm saying could be absolutely wrong, and I probably won't get into this, hopefully, with DP. We'll see. Anyway. Appropriate and current aeronautical charts, chart supplement notams. Yep, we'll check all that. All right. So I think we're going to go into the cross-country flight plan. Where is it? Boom. Here it is. All right. So I tried to kind of make it similar to the cross-country that I was told to plan. So we're going from Columbus, Kilo Oscar Lima uniform. So that's where we're taking off from. And we're pretending that we are flying to Kaya, Alliance Muni, Kilo Alpha India Alpha. And our alternate was given as Chadron Muni, Kilo Charlie Delta Romeo. So what I did before this is like my actual like plan, but what I did too is I found the furthest initial approach fix and planned it to there, and then the furthest initial approach fix to here and planned it to there to make sure that I had enough, like the estimated time en route was going to be okay. Now we got to go into performance stuff, actually. So now it's about to get dry. So where is the thing? I need my other that and there. This one, yes. Come to me. Where is it? Yes, this one. Haha. Da-da-da. All right. So this is my POH. Here is the sample loading problem. This is actually from my private Checkride. So that was awesome to have that. So empty weight is actually the 1426. The moment is given as 52.2. And then the oil is given. Full oil may be assumed for all flights. In order to get, so the fuel tanks, which is a little bit weird in mine, is actually, it's 42 gallons. So yeah, so I have to do that instead. Weights given by DPE and myself. Rear passengers being whatever I stick and whatever he sticks in the back seat, plus whatever's in the baggage area. And then we go to this handy dandy trusty dusty loading graph, and we find the things. So like the 42 gallons is about 250 pounds. We go over here, and then we find that moment, and I have done it all for us here, so we don't have to juggle through that. Add them all up, 2078, add them all up, 80.5, divide. Just got to make sure that I do it correctly. It's been a while. Dividing the moment by the weight, 80.5 divided by the 2078 equals times 1,000 equals the 38.7, because it is the divided by 1,000 there. Can you see my cursor? I hope so. So yeah, so that's that bit. So we got our, and then it's 2078 and 80.5. I've been told that he's probably not going to get into all this stuff, but I just want to make sure that I'm good. So we're here, and 80.5 is like over here-ish. So we're in the normal category. Awesome, amazing. So then we have our weight, which is 2078, and then we use that for La da da da. More performance. Yay. So yeah, so there's that, shoot, I didn't have to there. Yay! Takeoff data. So we're gonna use 2,000 pounds. We're gonna try not to be too picky about it. So we got 2,000 pounds. I'll quick find that. We need our weather. Taking off from Columbus, we're gonna do it like we're leaving now. So our METAR is Kilo Oscar Lima uniform, the 18th at 2156 Zulu. I think we're coming up on a new one soon, unless I did my math incorrectly. It's automated 050 at 9 knots, 10 statute miles, overcast at 3,800, 27 Celsius, 20 degrees dew point. Altimeter 29901, remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Sea level pressure is 1012.1 millibars, and the temperature in that format 26.7 and 20.0. Amazing. So, our headwind. We are planning on taking off, I guess. This is 50. So, what are our runways? We could take off from 02. Although I'm going to pretend we don't have that. So we're going to take off 14. 14? Nope, just kidding. 32. Yeah, 32. Because I know. Math. Yeah, 32. So we're taking off from 32, and we don't have that much of a headwind, so we don't have to. Headwind's about 2 knots. And now I got to find the other thing. Again, tedious. Apologies. Where did it go? There and there. So we're at 2078. Worst case scenario is technically the 0 anyway, so we're just going to go with that. So it's 2,000 and it's 0. And we need to look at the chart. 1447, so we'll just bump it up to 1,500. Where'd it go? Sorry. 1,500, which is 2,500. Now we're about to draw. So we're going to do our math. Yay. So it's going to be X minus, is it coming through? Awesome. X minus the 630. So we're taking these two, this and this. Or we'll do the absolute worst case scenario. How do I undo what I just did? Dang it. There it is. Yum, 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 yum. So we only have to do this once because, just demonstrating that I know how to do it. We're going to do these two. So we're going to go here. Oops, now I can't read what it is. It's 1095. Perfect. And the 1325. Amazing. Okay, fine. So we're taking those two, and it's 2,500 minus 0. So we're doing the X, which we don't know what it is. It's in between here, minus the 1095. 1095 over the 1325. Minus the 1095 equals the 2,500 minus 0 over the 5th. Hang on. 25. No, hang on. 1,500. Sorry, 1,500. Over the 2,500. So we take those out and divide by 5 is 3/5. So that's going to be 5x. Where's the planes, you say? We're getting there. So we have 1095 times a 5 equals 54.75 equals 1325 minus 1095 equals times 3 equals 690. And then 690 plus our 5475 is 61, 65. So that means x equals, divided by 5, 1233. So far. We still got work to do. So that's 1233. Does it make sense? In between the 1095 and the 1325, right around there-ish? Yes, perfect. And then I actually forgot to do the increased distance 10% for each 25 degrees Fahrenheit above standard temperature for a particular altitude on my private check ride. And he, my DPE, said something about it. He said he was anticipating it to be a certain percentage, and it usually is every single time. And what I got was like a little bit off or whatever, but not too much. It was fine. I realized immediately what I did, and I just sat there and was like, "Oh, interesting." I'm sure he knew, but yeah, he didn't say anything particularly about it. So I have to make sure that I don't do it this time. So let us check our temperature. Shoot. And we also have to figure out then what the actual temperature is supposed to be. So that's I'm trying to think, because it's the 4.42 degrees Celsius. And yeah, of course my POH is in Fahrenheit. So we can technically do that again and figure out what that's supposed to be. Or we're not gonna do that. It's the 3/5, and it's the x minus the 59. I guess we are doing it. So then it's the 50 minus the 59 is equal to the 3/5. So then it's the 5x. Might as well do it all correctly, shall we? Plus, maybe if I take enough time on this stuff, DP will just be like, all right, fine. Just go with it. 29.5. That's definitely not a 5. Good Lord. 295. I did that correctly, right? It's 5 and then the 4 is 2. 5, 9. Yeah. Good. So that's negative 9. So that's going to be negative 27. So then that's going to be plus 295. Minus the 27 is 268 divided by 5. 268 divided by 5 is 53.6. So 54 degrees Fahrenheit at 1,500 feet. Anyway, okay. So let us check to see what the temperature was again. And of course, we have to convert to freaking, sorry, that thing. So now I have to do the, get my E6B out that I haven't looked at for how many months. So let us convert. We'll do 53.6. 53.6 convert Fahrenheit to Celsius is 12. So 12 is what it is supposed to be. 12 degrees Celsius. So what Celsius are we actually at? We are currently at 27. Where is it? There it is. We're at 27. So we are 15 degrees above. So is still, it's 3/5. So it's 6/10. So 6%. Unless I did my math wrong, and we're just going to go with it anyway. So we take our 1233, boom, times 1.6. 1233 times 1.6 is 1973, approximately. 1973. So that is our that's our worst case scenario right now, unless of course it gets hotter at our location by the time we actually take off. But I think we should be good because the runway is 6,800 feet long. I think we're going to be fine. And that's with a 50-foot obstacle. Amazing. So 2,000. And now we got to do the thing again. So rate of climb and 610. So it is, well, and that's what we'll, So technically it's the 3/10 then. So it's 3/10 instead. So it's x minus the 840. Again, we're using these because of our weight. That one. And hang on. Yeah, that one. X minus the 840 over the 610 minus the 840 is equal to the 3/10. So we get 10x 8400. Oops. Why? What is the deal? I try to say 4 and I type a 5. And I try to say 5 and I draw 4. Oy, oy, oy. 8400 equals 840 minus 610 is 230. So it's negative 230 is again the 690. Interesting. Okay. Unless I did the math wrong, but we're going to just hope that I didn't. So we're adding the 8400. 8400 minus 690 equals 7710. 7710. So 771. 771. And then again, flaps up, full throttle, mixture lean, fuel used includes, and then the fuel thing. I have to refresh my memory with instructor to remind me whether I need to add that in or not. I can't remember. So we would do the fuel the same way and figure that out. And then for hot weather, decrease rate of climb 20 feet per minute for each 10 degrees Fahrenheit above standard day temperature for particular altitude. So then we go back and we find, what is it again? The 27. So, oops. 27 converted to Fahrenheit is 80.6. Oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah. 80.6. And we figured out it is 54. So 80.6. We'll just go with the 30. So increase that. It's 30. So it's 3 times 20 is 60. Is 831 is going to be our maximum rate of climb. Oh, maths. Yes, all the maths. This is warning. Again, we are 40 minutes into this and we still haven't gotten into the plane and we're not nowhere near close, but it's a trip. We're doing full IFR, hopefully instrument Checkride, as much as I understand it to be. So yeah. Yeah. Hope it's not too dry, too tedious, but that's what I gotta do right now, and that's why it's so early because it's gonna take a while. How's it going? So that's 831 feet per minute. And does that make sense? 831, it's right in between here. Awesome. Sounds good. And now we go to cruise performance so that we can actually figure out the rest of our what's the thing? Cross country flight. So yes. So okay, now we have to figure out what altitude we're actually cruising at. So now we go to the other thing. And we look at our chart. Look at this beautiful spidery chart. So we're filing direct because that's what I would do in real life. So I would file direct and hope for the best. He can be like, you know what, I want to do a an amended clearance or something like that. Uh, so we're going that wordly. So I'm gonna look at the Orokas, and we're gonna possibly go 8,000. Dang. Okay. I forgot to look at that, I guess. So, I mean, we could start out like here, but why not just get up to that 8,000? Because our Aroka here is there, and like instructor said, number one instructor, he said, well, also look at the MEAs around. They're kind of like right in the middle, but so 7,500 there, 7,000 there. We're going west, so that's evens. 8,000 sounds like a good thing. Is this my instrument check ride? It will be. Well, I mean, not my actual. It's similar to what I was told to do, but I'm not doxing myself. So, yeah, I'm trying to run through a full thing of it so that I'm somewhat, hopefully, better prepared for it to be, because I haven't taken it yet. I'm supposed to be taking it soon, but my private took a few months, so that's relative. So yeah, so we're it's very dry and tedious right now. We'll get in the plane once we're done here, but it's gonna be a little bit. So hi, how's it going? So we're going 8,000. So we'll go back to our cruise thing. That thing. Where is it? Nice, good luck. Thank you. The bookwork is rough. You've gone through it a little. Yeah. You mean general just general instrument book stuff? Yes, yes. It is a lot. And that's why like I feel less prepared actually, I think, than um than I was even for my private, just because everything seems like there's so much more, and there's so many places to be, there's so many things to be looking at, that as soon as you start working on this thing over here, you start losing the stuff over here, and if you try and get too deeply over here, you're neglecting the stuff over here. And yeah, the exam itself and the questions, yeah, yeah. I did the for the knowledge test. I did the Shepherd Air, and I was kind of hoping to be able to get back into my written stuff to be able to re-go over those questions one more time. But my login like not expired, but I'd have to call them and reset it up. But yeah, the ACS has been super helpful. That's what we're kind of going with for the actual oral part. Um, multitest times 1,000. I know. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But it's again, it's going to come with that experience. So like if I were to just put it off, put it off, put it off, eventually I would probably be a lot more comfortable. But I just want to get through it. So that's what we're gonna do. We did that for private. We can do that for instrument. But yeah, like the videos have been a lot very helpful. There's been several videos um that really did put everything kind of into perspective. I was working through the oral exam guide, but I think that was actually freaking me out more than helping. I'm sure it is helping, or it would have been helping, but I think it's just going into way too much and it's totally freaking me out. So yeah, yeah, practice, practice. I think the simulator has been helping absolutely, because because I get to kind of play around with it a little bit more, and I get to uh, be a little be a little bit more like, if I mess something up, I can sit and I can analyze it and then do it again. So I don't have to be boom, 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 boom the whole time when I'm like with an instructor, or like trying to go through visually approaches by myself in the actual airplane. So yeah, absolutely, the simulator helps. Going through the procedures, practicing the scan, and yeah, yeah, definitely. Long answer, but yes, yes. That's the short answer is yes. So we're at 8,000, and I think in order to somewhat, I was going to say expedite the process, but I guess maybe not. We're going to do more. We're just going to pretend 7,500. Does that sound good? I think that sounds good. Unless I can just hang on one second. So there's 2 to 9 to 8, and then, so that's 5. So it's 1/5 above that. I don't know. You know what? We're just going to do it here because I just don't feel like doing it. We're not doing it anyway. So I would do the whole thing that I did. I do the, what's it? What is it called? The interpolation thing that I did with the other thing, but we're just going to go with this. Run mine at 2,500. So our miles per hour is around 121. That sounds right. Gallons per hour, 7.1 sounds right. Endurance for the 38 is 5.3. However, I would interpolate. So my airplane has 42 gallons. So I would interpolate that. And that would be, we're just going to go with the 5.3 though, because that, yeah, that's again, worst case scenario. So that now we can get back to our fuel stuff. So crazy to hear. Can you imagine pilots back in the day that didn't have this fuel? Right. Well, and that's the thing too, is because I'm a perfectionist and a worrier and everything. And I have people tell me, well, like back in the day, you just threw people in airplanes and just said, all right, have at it. And like people would be soloing in like single digit hours and stuff like that. And I could not imagine doing that. But at the time, for certain reasons or just in general, you just did. There weren't as many regulations. And yeah. So things are different. But I'm very grateful for the simulator. Hated interpolation. You struggled with that for a bit. Yeah, I'm a math person, so like that stuff's actually fun for me. Again, tedious, but like numbers are good. Text and numbers. But yeah, just doing the like up here. Here's my terrible math. I don't know if you were here for this bit, but yeah, just doing that formula with you got your missing number there, and then minus the second number, the first number minus the second equals the stuff that you know, second number minus first and stuff. But this isn't, and I will say, this isn't something I've had to do since my private check ride. So getting back into it, it was actually easier and a lot more detailed than I remembered it being. So like it didn't take as long as I thought it was going to, but there were bits and pieces that I had forgotten that I had to cross info in, if that makes sense. So very good at math. A very good math. Yes, I know. It's great. Look at it. It's amazing and it's beautiful. But no, like numbers are fun. Numbers are cut and dry. So it's like they're telling a story, and I like stories. So I mean, and that's the thing is, what I found with a lot of other pilots is that they don't like the bookwork so much, and they're better at like the flying, and like I'm way better at the bookwork than the flying. So I'll take one strong suit if that's what it is. So all right, so now we go to why did I come here? Hang on. We're doing the web. Nope, not that one. Now we get to do our fuel planning. Yay! So we'll just say 5.3 hours of fuel. We have more than that because we have a 42-gallon tank. However, we're going to go with the worst case scenario for this. Technically, I would go to an initial approach fix, but we're not going to do that right now. So our estimated time en route, according to this, is 2:58. However, let me check this. Using flight plan. So we went Kolu to Dempsey to Kaya. And then we're going up to Cheddar. Cheddar. So that says we have estimated time en route of 2 hours, 39 minutes. So, you know what? Again, for these purposes, we're going to go with the Sim 152. We're going to go with the 3 hours. So it's 3 hours, and that's to our alternate. And plus, it should be 45 minutes from the to the destination to the alternate, and then plus 45 minutes extra at cruising, which is the 7.1. Hang on. See, I was interpolating, not interpolating. I was doing it with just 8, but technically it's like 7.1. So you can do 7.1 times 1.5. 7.1. Well, actually, sorry, hang on. No, sorry. Then you just do an extra hour and a half and make sure it's below the 5.3. Sorry. So you get 3 hours plus the hour and a half. So that's double the 45 for a personal minimum sort of thing. So that's 3 hours plus the hour and a half is 4.5 hours. It's less than the 5.3. So we're good. Do I live in the Washington area? I do not live in the Washington area. Or maybe I do live in the Washington area. I don't say where I live. Um, but yeah. So the airport that I fly out of, this is how I always say it, is very small. It's a grass strip, and it's got trees on either end and cornfields on both sides, and dogs running around. So I don't know if that's like gives you any idea, but I don't want to like fully dox myself. So you're a SoCal flyer, awesome. So how long have you been flying? What do you fly? Um, yeah, if you get it, okay, sounds good. Yeah, so we're good with the fuel. That's the fuel situation. Got that. Excellent. We got a good buffer there. And I had a whole thing, and I'm gonna have to talk to my instructor again about that. We're gonna do at least a little bit of ground, more ground, a lot more ground, a little more ground, before actual check ride. Um, because I talked to him about like potentially just planning a fuel stop during it, but then that opens up a whole nother like, okay, so then if you're planning a fuel stop, then you got to do an alternate for the fuel stop. And yeah, so we're just gonna leave it like this for now. And so yeah, so now we go to, all right, we got all that taken care of, I think. Now, takeoff minimums and obstacle departure procedures. Yay. Where are we? Not that. This one. Okay. 3 years, okay, and you've stopped, can't afford it anymore. Okay, unfortunately, working on getting a better career, so you can afford it. Well, but that's good. In the future, amazing. I don't know if it helps at all, but if well, I guess you said SoCal, so I don't know how many tiny airports you can find in the area, but my fuel or the rate for the plane that I rent was, it has since gone up. It was 90 degrees, $90 wet. So I have heard that that's very good, and I quite enjoyed that. So if you find a tinier airport, at least the plane rental might be better. So I don't know if that helps at all, but like otherwise, good luck on getting the better career. Um, because yes, I hope you can. I hope you can go fly again because I mean, it is. It's amazing. Hello, hello. How's it going? We're going through all the dry, tedious check ride stuff. So, again, we're like almost an hour in and we're still looking at stuff. So, yeah, it is amazing. It has since gone up and like gotten a little bit closer to normal stuff, but it was nice for a while. But I think it's a small airport sort of a thing, so if that's at all an option for you, if you wanted to just like look around for that, I would suggest it. And again, you also get dogs. So potentially. And that's something that I really enjoy about mine. So we don't have any departure procedures, which I forgot to look for. I'll look at one of the other ones. We got takeoff minimums. So no taking off runways 2 and 20. Okay. So we were, but beforehand, we were looking at which runway we should take off from. And actually, runway 2 would be better for the wind, but it is not authorized for environmental reasons. So, good thing to look at. Amazing. Perfect. Obstacle notes, trees and antenna beginning that far from departure end of runway, that far left of center line, up to that far, and trees, towers, whatever. Yeah, should be good. Yeah, so no departure procedures. We'll look at another one potentially, maybe. Um, um, and then, I mean, then there's like also the whole arrivals thing, but I don't have any arrivals to look at, but we can potentially look at some arrivals if there's an arrival over here. Kind of don't want to. Yeah, you know what? I kind of don't want to. So we're going to look at our ILS. That's for later. ILS into Kaya because, oh, okay, yes. So, um, oh, sorry. And then, Piper to a, our, sorry, Piper Warrior. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. And that one, is that one a low wing? Um, I have actually flown in a low wing now. So yeah, so I'm not as familiar with the low wings. But and is that one like it? Is that like the where it's not like the electrical flaps? It's like a I'm very terrible at actually knowing airplanes, so I am sorry. I'm trying very hard. But also like the mechanical flaps where you have to do like the notch and everything. I could be thinking of something completely different. That's the low wing one that I flew in, but that was a Mooney. Okay, so this is our chart. So we'll go over the chart. ILS or localizer runway 30, and I pick the ILSs because they are precision and therefore easier. So I'm going to try and always get the precision. It is up to date. Our localizer and DME, our DME comes from the localizer, 108.35, approach course 307, runway length 9202, touchdown zone 3927, airport elevation 3931. It's not authorized for an alternate. That's probably why I decided to do this one as the actual one rather than the alternate. For in-op approach lighting system, increase the localizer 30 cat C and D. That is irrelevant to us. We are A. Retractable gear and prop control. It did have the lever for flaps. So does make it a complex then, correct? Because it's the retractable gear and the prop control and flaps. It's not like a distinction between lever versus electrical flaps. It's just flaps in general. Correct. Okay. Interesting. Very cool. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, I have the electrical flaps in mind. So like trying to do the in the Mooney, that was a trip. So was that ever an issue? Doing like the mechanically one? Was there any, I don't know. It was kind of scary. Like all of a sudden, like could you just like accidentally like thwomp it and like I don't know. I feel like it's a lot easier to that's a technical term by the way. It seems like it's a lot easier to like accidentally go too far or something. You went from one or C-172 to this plane. It was a challenge. I bet. Oh my gosh. And so was that just because like for further training or was it one that you liked better? That's interesting. Cuz yeah, I have most of my hours are just the single 172. I'm I'm getting way too comfortable in it. I need to start branching out, but yeah, like you said, it's a challenge. Uh we're gonna have Mausers, so that's something where if we can see that, we can go down to 100 feet above the touchdown zone. That gives us that ability. And then where is it? We're looking at this first. So we're getting to our initial approach fix, and depending on where we come in, it's a hold in lieu of procedure turn. So if we parallel or teardrop, we just go straight through. If we go direct, we do the full thing and then go. And doing that, either procedure turn or the pattern, between the 6100 and the 8400, getting to Dempty, which is the initial approach fix, we need to be at that level, at that altitude, 307, and then going down to the final approach fix. We cannot go below 5600, even if we're following the glide slope. Just make sure at the final approach fix not going below 5,600. And that's at the 6.7 DME. That's how you figure that out. And then, yeah, and then our DA is 4127. DH is the 200. I could be wrong. I probably am. I don't know. Our visibility is half statute mile. So we have to have that in order to land. So we'll go with, yeah, yes. Anywho, if we lose glide slope, we just use the DME. There's no timing. The VDP is the 3.3. And that is, if you go too far past that and you aren't, so yeah, so we would go down to 4,500. And so if we're still at 4,500 and going past too far the VDP, we won't be able, it'll be less likely that we'll be able to, the further we get past the VDP, the less likely we'll be able to make a normal landing with a normal rate of descent and be able to make it into the touchdown zone / all of that stuff. Our missed approach point is 1.7, which is the runway threshold, at which point we would climb to 5,700, then turn direct to the IA Alliance VOR and hold as published. Cheaper. Excellent. That's awesome. You bought a partial ownership in that plane and it made it cheaper than the school's plane. So expensive. Right. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Very cool. All right. All right. That sounds good. My instructor's been like telling me like different things like, oh, buy a plane. Oh, get into like a club or whatever. It'll probably be cheaper, especially when you're starting to get into commercial training and then it's just trying to get all your hours in. It's interesting though. Did you have any like issue? Because I've heard horror stories. Well, not horror stories, but like working with other people, especially people that you don't necessarily know, there could be issues, and even friends. That could be a test of friendship. So I don't know. I hope it was good. Hope it was okay. Where are we taking off from? Kolu, Kilo Oscar Lima uniform. And we will be taking off at some point this evening. We're still going through all the things. We're on long cross country. Hi, by the way. How's it going? So I guess I can type that in there. So we'll be Kilo Oscar Lima uniform, and we'll be going to, I think Kilo Oscar Foxtrot Kilo is where we're going to be going. And I'll explain that once we get to that. But, so yeah, we'll be doing 2 approaches there and then 1 approach back into that one. Going well, good. Other than you hate brown recluse spiders a bit more today than you did last Sunday. Story. That's. I actually really like spiders. However, the recluses are very deadly and poisonous and venomous and deadly. Correct. So, I could do without those. Definitely. Ooh. They're like the toxic Minecraft spiders of the real world. Because that makes sense. Oh, that's the wrong button. This one. So yeah, so that was our, that's where we're going, hopefully. So now we go to our alternate, which is Kachetter, which is Chadron Muni, Kilo Charlie Delta Romeo. And that one is, we have some alternate minimums. So for the ILS, the localizer category D is irrelevant, and the category D is also irrelevant, so we are good without any of those. And they're just generally not authorized when local weather not available. So we're good. We're good there. And that's what so take off the NA, and that would be the alternate takeoff minimums. And if it was a T, then it would be non-standard takeoff minimums as well as potential obstacle departure procedures. Gotta remember these things. No, you got bit on your left calf. Whole leg is twice its normal size. And you don't. Oh, talk about what your foot looks like today. Oh no. So how you doing? Are you sure? Are you sure you're good? Going well-ish? Oh no. So when you gonna when you what's the outlook for that? Oh gosh. I'm sorry for you. And I wish you to feel better as soon as possible. Yeah, you really got to know the people. You knew the owner, but one of the owners you didn't know did a belly landing and ruined it for everyone. No. Oh, oh no. Yeah, and that's the thing is when you it's cheaper until it's not. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, and that makes sense. It depends on it does. It fully depends on the people. And it could have absolutely just generally could have been an accident, full accident. Was it and I guess this is a terrible thing to like speculate whatever. Was it an accident waiting to happen or was it just one of those things where it can happen to anybody? At some point you're going to do it. Yeah, it was a risk. Yeah, okay. Oh, but it was good. It was good for a while. So that's good. So we're at Kachetter. Um, and I think we're just, yeah, those are what we're gonna get to. And alternate minimums. So I guess now we'll go back and look at more weather. So technically, let's look at the TAF. Can you see it? I'll try to see it. So we have the METAR first for Kaya, and then it is the 18th at 1759 Zulu, valid the 18th at 18 Zulu to the 19th at 18 Zulu. 160, 160 degrees, 12 gusting 22, greater than 6 statute miles, scattered at 2900. So we're going to pretend that we're leaving. Shoot. We'll pretend we're leaving in half an hour. I'm hoping to get up before then. However, um, that's let me think. Doing math. 0 Zulu. So we'll look at the from so an hour before. So we're in that from the 18th at 2100 area. So it's greater than 6 statute miles, sky clear. We're good there. And an hour after, which is the 19th at 0100, it's greater than 6 statute miles, sky clear. So technically we would not need an alternate because it is greater than 3 statute miles visibility. And so it's the 1-2-3 rule, 1 hour before, 1 hour after, time of shoot. Sorry, I almost said a terrible word. A very unladylike word. I always do this. I need not our departure, when we're actually going to get there. So, oh, and this is gonna task task saturation. He was on final, and a jet was behind him, and he got distracted, knowing the jet was gaining on him, and got distracted, forgot the gear. See, and that's the thing. Ah, it is one of those things that I've getting into learning all this stuff. You think like how could that happen? How could that ever happen? And then actually doing all this stuff, it could totally happen. So it is always making sure you're on the ball, but then yeah. Yeah. Oh. And I don't know. And you don't know what was going on in the cockpit or maybe you do. I don't know if like you know more to the story or whatever, but you almost kind of can't be mad cuz I mean, yes, but also could have been me. So, interesting though. And then it's one of those things like you look at that and okay, is that something? So say if it was me, if I was getting to that point, should I just say, you know what? I just want to go around. I don't want to deal with that. So we're gonna just go back around and try again. Oh, yeah, he's been flying a while. Oh, just bad habits. Okay, okay, got you. Checklist and flow every time. Absolutely. Yeah, even in the sim, it does. Beforehand, even the pre-flight and everything, I'm just like, still doing it the same way every time just so that I don't. Because that's when you do. That's when you actually need. It's the same thing with like it's insurance. It's insurance that you might not need it this time, but when you do need it, that's when you're gonna want to have been practicing. So yeah, definitely. I'll be just fine. We'll see. We'll see. Everybody's got to do something at some point, probably. Oi, oi, oi. Uh, um. So yeah, so we're. It's gonna take us 2 hours. We said 3 hours. It's taking us 3 hours. So from the 0 to the 3, so 0300, so 0200 to 0400, we need to look at, and that's within that 0100. So yeah, so we're good. So 1 hour before, 1 hour after arrival, 2,000 foot ceiling, 3 statute miles of visibility. So we technically don't need an alternate. However, we're planning one anyway because it's Checkride. So we need that weather to be at the time of arrival. So again, the 0300. It's going to be 120 degrees, 7 knots, greater than 6 statute miles, and sky clear. It's going to be fine. But for a precision approach, which is what we would be doing, we would need 600 feet and 2 statute miles of visibility. Non-precision approach, 800-foot ceiling, 2 statute miles of visibility, which is standard. And now we go look at the alternate minimums, which we already looked at, I think. Yes, we did. So, well, I guess we'll just quick hang on. Can I find one? Because the one that I'm actually the one that I have to plan to actually does have alternate minimums that are relevant to me. So yeah, so like this one, it's for an NDB, but okay, it's got the categories A and B, 900-foot ceiling, and 2 statute miles of visibility. I think the one that I have is like 1,000 feet and 4 statute miles of visibility. So that one is interesting. So that's good to know. Is that it? Did I take care of everything here? Please say that I did. Let us check the ACS. Anti-icing, management, anti-icing, de-icing systems. We kind of talked about that. Airframe, propeller, intake, fuel. Talked about that. Oh, then I guess we go into. We'll talk about that in the plane potentially, maybe. Okay. So yes. So I guess now we'll get into systems. We're gonna get there. Again, this is tedious, but we're going. Pitot-static instrument system. Not looking at it, sorry. So the pitot-static, the pitot is for the airspeed. The static is the airspeed indicator, the altitude indicator, and the VSI. Yep. And if it ices on just the pitot, then it'll just drop to 0 because the drain hole and the static pressure, static port is balancing out. If it's full pitot, including the drain hole, it'll act as an altimeter. When you climb, the airspeed, sorry, I'm talking about the airspeed indicator. The airspeed will go up, so climbing, airspeed goes up, and that is terrifying because that's not supposed to happen. And if you are descending, it will go down, which is, again, opposite of what is supposed to happen. If the static port gets clogged, it'll, when you climb, when you go higher, you will be flying. Hang on. If you fly lower, you will be flying slower and indicating higher, and then the opposite for flying. So it'll be somewhat similar, but incorrect. Yeah. And then gyroscopic. So the gyroscope gyroscopic instruments are the attitude indicator and the heading indicator, as well as the turn coordinator. Vacuum system is the first two. Electrical system is the turn coordinator, at least for my airplane. Electrical systems don't have any of those. The transponder and ADS-B, got all that. Magnetic compass. Then there's like the UNOS and ANS thing. Operation of airplanes applicable navigation systems. I have VOR. I have VOR and a localizer or ILS without glide slope. And then I have the GPS, which does all the things. Non-WAS. So then that's a whole other thing with alternates and planning. And yeah, it's easier way to describe that is the airspeed acts like an altimeter in that failure state, indicates an increase of speed with an increase. Hang on. Increase of speed with an increase of attitude and vice versa. Okay. Now I have to think about that. So that's with the static one, because I know with the pitot tube, it definitely has a change. So it's just okay. So static port is plugged. So at like 5,000, it gets plugged. So when you're going up, that static pressure is going down on this side. So it's indicating less than you're doing. Yes. Yep. So then yeah. And so that's with the full pitot, including the drain hole, blocked. And yeah, that's acting like an altimeter, which it is. I did that in the actual Redbird simulator, and it was actually frightening knowing that you're going up and then all of a sudden like it's like a brain trigger thing, and yeah, it was frightening. So yes, thank you. Hello, by the way, how's it going? So yeah, the one that I get really kind of messed up on is just the static port blocked, because I don't really think about that one so much. But it is, because it kind of indicates close to what it's supposed to be, but it's again incorrect. So you want to make sure that you're doing that. So yeah, so for non-WAS, there's all this other stuff that you have to do, because like for planning an alternate, you can do a GPS approach at either the destination or the alternate, but not both. And the RAME thing, you should be checking your RAME, doing a RAME check on the ground, but it does also do a RAME check right before you actually do the approach, I believe. I'm going to have to look at that. But if you have the WAS, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. But that is something that I particularly have to worry about. So, oi. Yeah. Failure to monitor and manage automated systems. I don't have any of that except the trim wheel. Difference between approved and non-approved navigation devices. So yeah, making sure if it's a GPS, making sure that it's up to date. And oh, and we didn't even do like inspections or any of that. Where did that all come in? All right, that's probably where all that is. So we'll get into that. Common failure modes of flight and navigation instruments. So the CDI, it's got the flags, and then certain things on the GPS. Like it'll have the little integ, little flag, as well as warn. And just generally making sure that it cycles. I don't know if that's what it is. That it's called something else, but it's going from the en route, the ENR, to the term, to the apach, I think. So making sure that happens. Limitations of electronic flight bags. I have had issues where I'm like trying to like cross check my flight. What is this? For flight. Wow. And the actual GPS in the airplane, and what the plane is doing on here is different than what it's doing on here, and just making sure that I'm following the right one is an interesting task. Operate and manage installed instruments and navigation equipment, and make sure if you get offered something, like you can actually figure out how to get back onto things. Yeah. Purpose of performing an instrument flight deck check, how to detect possible defects. We'll do that in the plane. IFR airworthiness to include airplane inspection requirements and required equipment for IFR flight. Okay, so we'll then have the maintenance books as well as all the other things. So first off is the airplane itself. Good. We have Sparrow or Arrow, and yeah, so airworthiness certificate. Hang on. Yep, airworthiness certificate is valid as long as the required maintenance and inspections are complied with. The registration certificate is valid for 3 years. Then the radio operator's license outside of the US, but I ignore it. Operating limitations is the POH, as well as the supplements and the placards. So that includes like the GPS manual, making sure you have that in there. I do. And any other additional equipment needs to have the manuals and such in there. Weight and balance information, most current. And then we have inspections. So I do the AV8 one. The A is the ADs and special airworthiness information bulletins. The VOR check every 30 days, which we did, but I kind of want to do it again because, yeah, last time I flew, the one VOR was a little bit off, or it seemed like it. The I is inspections, which is the 100-hour since it's a rental, and the annual, which is for all aircraft. The altimeter and pitot-static check, got that done. I actually took it over for that. That was cool. And the transponder is, and the altimeter pitot-static check is every 24 months, along with the transponder check, which is every 24 months. ELT is every 12 calendar months, as well as half the battery life, which you can look at whenever it's been checked, that add it all together. And if it's more than one cumulative hour, it's got to be replaced. It's half the battery life, and if it's been in use for more than one cumulative hour. There we go. Sorry, that. You smell someone's bones. Whose bones need cleaning? What is that? Hello, by the way. Way to come in. and I'm gonna leave whatever very obvious joke is there because I'm a lady. Yeah, and that was inoperative equipment. Okay. Did the thing. And then okay, IFR airworthiness inspection requirements, required equipment for IFR flight. Okay, so then real bones, not flesh. Okay, okay, all right. Real bones. I don't know. A dog bone could potentially need cleaning, and they're probably full of slobber, so they're probably smelly. Do you have a dog around? You got loaded in it? Go, okay, I'm on the USE server. Yes, I am. I am on the beta now, I think. I hope that's okay. I can't remember if you were on it or not. But yes, I am on the beta now. But we're almost there. I promise we're almost there. But yeah, this is how it's gonna be. So just yeah. So, required equipment is everything in a tomato flames. So we're gonna go over that quick. So, airspeed, tachometer, oil pressure, manifold pressure gauge, but I don't need that. Altimeter, if I haven't said that one. Temperature gauge, don't need that one because it's for liquid cooled engines. And now I've oil pressure or temperature, whichever one I didn't say. Fuel gauge. Fuel gauges. I always forget that one for some reason. L, 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 l. I haven't gone over this in a while. I mean, I technically have, but okay. Checkride and then the thing. Okay, so I forget L because I don't need it. Landing gear position indicator. Um, and then anti-collision lights, but technically mine don't need that because I'm certified after 96 or before, certified before 96. A tomato flames, magnetic compass, ELT, and seatbelts, safety belts. Yes, nailed it. And then at night, it is flaps, which is fuses. I have circuit breakers, so there we go. Um, landing light, if used for hire and just for safety. Anti-collision lights, position lights, and source of electricity. Yes, alternator generator. And then we add to that grab card, generator, alternator, um, radios, sensitive altimeter, ball on the turn coordinator, or that thing, the clock, the attitude indicator, rate of turn indicator, and the DG. Yes, there you go. Ha. You just got off it. Well, technically, I could actually. You did a complete computer wipe and reinstall. Oh no! Oh no! I was gonna get on the beta, but SU10 should go live anywhere between now and Thursday. Well, you know what? Since we probably have a little bit of time, I'll quick go into that. This isn't gonna show anything, is it? I'll quick go into it and get off of it. Oops. Let me get in. All right. All right. All right. We'll quick do that. Hang on. Hang on. Because if you want to fly with me, I want you to fly with me. So let me just find it quick. Because I had to put it. I put it on, and then I saw it was gonna take. Wait, no, I'm not on it. I think I went on it, and then it was gonna take a while, so I decided not to do it. And then, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was actually kind of a blank show. Sorry, I just gotta check something. Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, so we're good. Amazing. Perfect. That works out very well. Uh so yes. So okay, so then I guess I'll leave it off the beta then anyway. Cuz well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, so yes, so we will be able to see each other. Amazing. Excellent. Fantastic. Where were we? ACS. Still working through it. Directional gyro. That's where we were at. Inoperative equipment. There it is. Oh, and then inoperative equipment first. If you find something inoperative and it is not within the the required VFR or IFR equipment, you can either try and fix it or get it if you're allowed to fix it, and that goes into another thing. You can try to fix it or just go get the ANP and either have that person fix it or deactivate it, placard it inoperative, or get you can remove it and placard it inoperative, but then there's a weight and balance question potentially. Although I don't want to get into the weeds on that, because is it like, for some reason I remember like 5 pounds. If it's 5 pounds or more, it has to it adjusts things. Although that could be for not that plane. So maybe we won't get into the weeds on that. Or you get a ferry permit. Yay, amazing. Operating with outdated navigation publications or databases. Don't do it. So I'll actually, I think it's the 6th. I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to make sure. I have to. Yeah, it should be good. I'll have to look. I'll have to look to make sure that it's not going to be outdated by the time I get to Checkride. But yeah. So yeah, don't do that. Make sure it's good. Awesome. Amazing. Applicant demonstrates perform pre-flight inspection, do the stuff. Awesome. Amazing. Compliance with air traffic control procedures. And I think we are into, well, yeah, do the stuff, do the stuff, do the stuff, do the stuff. Remain within plus minus 10 knots, headings plus minus 10 degrees, altitude plus minus 100 feet. And keep within a 3/4 scale deflection of the CDI. We'll just quick run through the rest of this stuff. Holding procedures, recalculate fuel reserves. Could lead to holding, improper holding entry, improper wind correction, all. And again, the plus minus 10 knots, same with headings and plus minus 100 feet. 3/4 scale deflection of the CDI. Full scale deflection is failure. Situations can affect physiology, spatial disorientation, optical illusions. Plus minus 100 feet during level flight, plus minus 10, plus minus 10. Bank angles, plus minus 5 degrees during turns. Okay, good to remember. Procedures for recovery from unusual flight attitudes. We'll try to do some of that too. Yeah. Which, honestly, with how I fly in the sim, we'll probably get into our own unusual attitudes and we won't have to practice them. Well, because we'll be doing them in general. Okay. Yeah. Ground-based navigation, satellite-based navigation. Distractions. So then that's different. The intercepting and tracking navigational systems and arcs, that's a plus minus 5 degree heading. But again, keeping consistently correcting or correcting consistently, not consistently correcting. There's definitely a difference. I won't be doing an arc as far as I know. But it's plus minus 1 nautical mile, 3/4 scale deflection. Communicate with ATC if I need to, meaning tell my DPE that I need radar vectors and or delay vectors and or conditional turns in the hold in order to get myself configured. Update, interpret weather in flight. Navigation system enunciations expected during an RNAV approach, so making sure that it is it cycling down? I don't know. There's a youth outreach selling raffle tickets for 1965 C-150 for $50 a pop. They're based in St. Louis. Have I seen those? I've seen things like that, but I probably haven't seen that one specifically. Are you gonna do it? Because yeah, the ones that I've seen I think have been like a lot more than that probably. So that'd be good. That's awesome. So yeah, so making sure like the thing is cycling down to the right mode or whatever and making sure it's like changing the mode and doing the things and yeah. Not continuing if that so like going full mist, and if you do go full mist, continue to the mist approach point before turning or anything. Yeah, correct approach procedure, failing to follow it, selecting incorrect navigation frequency, and then not identing it. I've been better about that. Failure to manage automated navigation, auto flight systems, don't have it. Failure to ensure unstable approach, including excessive descent rates, deteriorating weather conditions, and then again, minimum descent altitude. Do not go below the MDA until the runway environment is in sight. You have the proper visibility, and you can make a normal descent into landing with normal maneuvers, normal rate of descent. On circling, you do not go below the MDA until within 30 degrees of the like within a 30-degree like straight in or whatever, or on the base to final turn. So yeah, so once you get to that point, then you can start doing the descent. And then the decision altitude, you get down to, you hope you have the runway in sight, and then you do the landing. Okay. do the things, make sure you do your calls and everything. And okay, so for the final approach segment, maintain no more than blah, 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 blah. Maintain altitude. So 3/4 scale deflection, 10 knots. So yeah, so up here it doesn't say the 3/4 scale deflection, but here it does. So yeah, so keep the 3/4 scale, less than 3/4 scale deflection. It's a -0 feet on the actual approach, so much rather go too high than too low to the visual descent point or to the misapproach point. Yeah. Oi. We still gotta. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's good. I think. Honestly, I think we're gonna be good there. All right. So that's hopefully our oral. And sorry. Oh gosh, you're gonna buy 3. Nice. That's awesome. Oh, fingers crossed for you. ARCs are required tasks. I would definitely be ready for that. So this is what I have heard as well. But apparently my DPE is not going to do that because we don't have one nearby. So yeah, I've heard I have received the approaches that I am likely going to be using, and they aren't they don't have an arc. So I'm assuming I'm not going to. I am hopefully prepared for that, but yeah, we'll see, I guess. I've done them, and I have the certain tricks where like not dialing in the radial that I've already passed and then expecting it to come in. Did that on the sim and it was terrible. But yeah, I've definitely heard that, but according to what I've heard about the DPE, it's not going to be an issue. But then again, I could be surprised, and I just hope I can pull it out of my yeah, that. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. This outreach is a real one, which you have vetted, so you have no problem giving them money. Awesome. That's great. It is completely owned and operated by high school students with adult supervision. That's excellent. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. If FAA decides to sit in on my DPE's ride, which would be a surprise to us both, right? You definitely have to do one. Interesting. So, but again, if there's one like nearby, though, right? Like, because he can't just make one up. I would think. So as long as I'm comfortable doing one, I'll be good. I've thought I was comfortable, and then I did one again, and then I kind of messed it up. So then, yeah. So I think I will. It's one of those things where like I could probably pull it out my but we'd see. You've had the FAA sit on one of your rides. It definitely happens. Oh god, I hope not. I don't need that extra stress. I stress myself out already. How far is the nearest VOR to my airport? I mean, well, yeah, they got VORs, but not the ARCs. So you can just make one up. I've heard you're not supposed to be able to do that though. So I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess I'll see. We'll see. Well, but then couldn't you just choose to? Well, yeah, no, I guess not. But if I have the choice on a DME arc, why wouldn't I just go to the VOR and do the procedure turn rather than the DME arc? I like that idea. I'll request that and hopefully get that. 100%. Okay. Okay, I've heard differently. They can ask you to arc at any DME from a VOR. And I have done those too, but again, it's been a while because we've been basically doing what hopefully my Checkride is going to be. So, all right. Well, we'll see. And you know what? I will. If that's hopefully like the one thing that I end up having to redo, I'll take it. I'll take that. So, yeah. All right, so our plan is we're getting in the plane. We're getting in the plane, I think. I hope. Yeah. So that was our cross country. Hopefully I just passed that thing with flying colors. and I don't spend 10 minutes looking something up that's not there like I did last time. So we are here. We're taking off from Kilo Oscar Lima uniform. We are going to Kafk. Oh, and I guess yeah, any questions on um the chart? I'm pretty comfortable with the chart, I think, I hope. So, yeah, so that should be fine. So we're going to fly to here, Norfolk, and we are going to do the where is it? ILS 2. So we're going to fly to the initial bit. Hang on. And so okay, there it is. Sorry. If I come from Columbus, where is Columbus? Let's look. So we're coming from Columbus. So, so we would not have to do the hold. We would not end up doing the hold. It is a no procedure turn. So we're going to get up to at least 5,000. Yeah. And do that. Get to there. No procedure turn. So we would just continue, on. And we'll try to brief the plates in the air so that I get practice with that. Although, again, what I've heard is that we're going to actually sit and go over what we're actually going to do. So ILS localizer runway 2 for Norfolk, Oscar Foxtrot Kilo, up to date. Localizer 111.5, approach course is 14, runway length is 5,800, elevation is 1573. Takeoff alternate minimums, we've gone over that. For in-op ALS, irrelevant. We got our Mausers, so we will be able to go down an extra 100 feet if we see those. Or, sorry, to 100 feet above touchdown zone elevation. So yeah, so for this one, for ILS, it is an extra 100 feet. Yeah. So we're at the 5,000. We're at 5,000. We'll hopefully be at 5,000 or probably 6,000 since we're going that way. But since it's an initial approach fix, we're already going to be on the That's fine. We'll figure it out. Is that one of those moments where like you'd be like turning in a hold or something? Okay, I don't need to be doing these things on my dang it. There were no approaches with arcs near where you trained, so you did an unpublished on your instrument ride. Okay. I will ask my instrument instructor again, my number one instructor, and see. And then, like you said, if something happens where, yeah, I get that, and they actually have to do one. Because I actually like the DME arcs. It's just since it's likely I'm not gonna have to do it. But now I'm like, maybe, I don't know, things could have changed, I guess. So, all right, I'll maybe look into that again. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. So we're coming from, so technically Columbus is an initial approach fix, so we would go in and go. So it's 5,000, and we're going on 14 degrees. Well, so on there, it's 323 degrees for 19.5 miles. And then, yeah, the 16.1. We can follow the glide slope down, not to be below 3,500 by 6.4, which is Carsey, and the outer marker. And then it's the 3473, which is actually what that is. Okay, so still, yeah. So technically you will be a little bit, if you follow the glide slope, you will be a little bit below the 3,500 at the outer marker. But, because that's where the 3,500 is. Right there. Interesting. Okay. And then you just keep going to the 1773. So we'll just round up to 1800. And missed approach is 0.6. Sorry, no. Sorry, that's for the non-precision. But once you hit the 1773, and you don't have the runway in sight, or are then you go. If we lose the glide slope, then we cannot go below 2240 at 2 until 2.6, and then we can get down to 22. We will be at 2240. We cannot go below 2240. And yeah, until we have the runway in sight, and then the visual descent point is 1.9. DME. And yeah, if the further we get past the visual descent point, the less likely it is that we will be able to make a normal landing. So if we're too far past the visual descent point and we can't continue descending, then we're most likely going to go missed. And our missed approach point is, 0.6 DME, which is the runway. That. And if we have WBMO fix, we can go down to 2020. For our minimums. So after WBMO, we could go down to 2020. Yeah, okay. It's a great example that glide slope, intercept, and the FAF are separate. Right, yeah. What plate is this? Stealing this to show your students. Okay, this is ILS or localizer runway 2 at Kilo Oscar Foxtrot Kilo, Norfolk Regional. Yeah. I've seen some of them. I can't remember like if it was like a video or something where like that distinction, the guy likes to think that they couldn't get the plot of land that would make it actually 3,500. So that's why it's 3,473 instead. So yeah, and that's something that I always have to remember too is when we're doing the ILS, sure, don't again, make sure you're not going below the 3,500 by the final approach fix, but you're not descending to it on your own. You're following the glide slope. So yeah, that's just been something that I've had to get used to, and I keep forgetting. So I'm like, all right, I'm getting down to the 3,500. No, I'm not. I'm following the glide slope down. So yeah, so that's a fun one. Excellent. Yep. Happy to help. And then yeah, circling 2080, and then I have to look at the weather actually because I got to figure out which one I'm doing as a precision and which one as a non-precision. Or which one as a circling and which one as a straight in. So here it's 060 at 6. So I'll probably be doing the RNAV one as the circling. 050 at 5. Hang on, let me look. Because I have the ILS localizer and then we have the VOR. So yeah, so then I was going to do the VOR 1-4. No, that would work. 1-4 and 5 is 9. Oh, so we might just do the circling for this one anyway. So yeah, so then once we do that whole thing, we're hoping that's our precision approach. So we are going to do it precision. So once we hit 1773, we're potentially going to go missed. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to land or whether I'm not supposed to land or whatever, but we're going to assume we're going to go missed and do the hold, which then goes directly into our VOR approach. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And then we'll circle to land, and then we'll go back into Kolu GPS. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Amazing. Perfect. Perfect. Yep, this is exactly what I wanted. So yeah, so our missed approach procedure, we're going to climb straight ahead to 3,000, climbing left turn to 4,000, back to the VOR, and hold as published. Slightly different. There's a 306 on the one and then a 305 here, so that's good to know. So then yeah, so we're going to be in that hold, and that'll be our holding practice, I guess. And then we will have to voop around and come into the procedure turn. So here it's VOR, runway 14, Norfolk, Oscar Foxtrot Kilo, up to date, VOR DME 109.6, approach course 125, runway length 5160. Interesting. Touchdown zone elevation is 1543, airport elevation is 1573. It's a good 30 feet. Irrelevant. ASOS 119.025, Minneapolis Center 125.025. We'd already be on. Unicom 122.7. What we have to put our calls on, which we're going to do. We're going to do our calls the way that we're supposed to. Yes. And then, so we're coming from the VOR and we're going this way on the 305, on a 305 course, not below 3,400. And so we're going there. Then we do our procedure turn. So 2 minutes and then out for a minute and then back in. And then once our needle starts coming alive, we can start getting down to 2,300. We don't technically have a final approach fix, which I think is the procedure turn inbound is the final approach fix technically then. Oh, this one's actually going to be kind of questionable. Okay. I didn't think about that. Amazing. Awesome. So we're going to have to get configured on the way out, turning back in, making our call, and then getting into 125 by 2300 by 2.7 Fagoon. Our visual descent point is 1.9er, and we're going to be doing circling, so it's the same 2300 feet and 1 statute mile of visibility. But dun dun dun, if we're going straight in, it's 757. If we're circling, we'll be at 727 on the other side. Oh, that's tricky. Interesting. And if we have Fagoon, we can do 20, 60, and 1, and 20, 60, and 1. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to land that one. We're actually going to land that one. We're going to circle. And we got Pat Bees. And that's a displaced threshold, right? I think. I'll have to look at that again. Yeah, so it's going to go like this. So we're probably looking at it like this. We're probably going to end up circling here, doing a right pattern to there. Okay, interesting. And then we're going to land, touch and go back to Kolu for a straight in. And we'll do 1-4. It's a long runway, so if the wind is off, we're just going to do it. RNAV 1-4, Oscar Limo uniform, up to date. WASP, we would do our RAIM check. Approach course 142, runway length 6260, touchdown zone elevation, airport elevation the same, 1447. Any of that. Circling the runways 2 and 20, not authorized for inoperative. Mauser, increase LPV, irrelevant. So we're looking for Mauser on our straight in. And we're going to potentially go to Alamy so that we have no procedure turn and can go straight in. So that's 3,500. And then at CACFI, we can descend down to 3,100 by Dustjo and then continue down. That's LNAV only. So our visual descent point, because we are LNAV, is 1.4 nautical miles to runway 14. Goot. 1920 with half statute mile visibility. Missed approach is climb to 4,000, direct Xenos, and hold. Okay. All right. I think that's it. I mean, like, I did. I probably missed some stuff. I most likely missed a lot of stuff, but we're hoping for the best. Can I go like that and then like that and then that'll be good? Oh, and we have a timed, we could do a timed one. I mean, yeah. We'll maybe set our timer. Okay. Here we go. I think. Sorry for the wait again. Like, this is, I haven't been able to do, hello. I haven't been able to do like full mock, like long stream full mock Checkride. So I really wanted to be able to do that. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me, and yeah, I'm gonna try and do everything properly, even in the plane still. I'm gonna treat it like a Checkride. Oh, I gotta check everything to make sure it's good. And I gotta do that thing. Ugh. So yeah, that was 2 hours, which is probably what it's gonna be for actual Checkride. So that, all right, we're good. We made it through. Hopefully we passed with flying colors. Ha ha ha. And then we continue. I'm just gonna check volume and stuff like that. Make sure it's good. Gotta do that thing. I always forget. Okay. Looks good. Think it sounds good. So we're good. All right. Ugh. Ah! Oh no. Sorry, one sec. I have to. Ah. Oops. Okay. All right. Oh, no. It's beautiful. That's, I mean, also beautiful. I love these comm antennas. We got ourselves the fuel thing. What is it called? Cap, the fuel cap. Already brain dead. That's okay. It's okay. We're going to be fine. So we're going to fix that. Here we go. All right. Oh, I kind of want to do like sunset thing, but I'm also like, you know what? No, can't. We're doing it like, what's it? So, actual Checkride. So we're gonna get that together. We're doing MSL. I think I wanted to do, and we're gonna get our METAR. Well, sorry, hang on. First, okay. So we'll get at our METAR just so that the reading thing. All right. So we are at the, what's it? Columbus Muni. So now it's probably a little bit easier to see. So Kilo Oscar Lima uniform, the 18th at 2356. Zulu. Yes, so that is the most recent. Awesome. Automated 050 at 5 knots. We'll be taking off. Runway. Can't take off from 2 or 20, not authorized on environmental purposes. So we'll do probably 1-4 circle around to the VOR and no. You know what? Nope. Yeah. 1-4. We're going to do 1-4. So 050 at 5, 10 statute miles is clear. 26, temperature 26, dew point 19, altimeter 29901, marks AO2, differentiates precipitation, sea level pressure is 122, temperature is 26.1, dew point 19.4, and then whatever these things mean. I know where to look them up, I think, but I don't know them specifically. So that's kind of what we're going to do for how we set it up. So live weather, we're going to do MSL. We're going to do a cloud coverage thing, full coverage, full density, altitude, all the way. Oh, that's terrifying. But yeah, basically. Ooh, it gets brighter. Ugh, we're going to do it dark. No, sorry. No, I'm just messing around. My bad. We want it a little bit nice. Let's make it kind of like joyous looking. Can we? No? Okay, fine. We'll leave it like that. But we're going to go. So we're doing the ILS first. So we want it to be MSL is, our procedure is approach ILS. Our minimums are 1773. So we're going to do 1800. And I hope this works. Amazing. Stop it. 1800. 1800. Why? Why it does not allow me? I'm going to flip. I don't understand. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's frightening. Sounds good. So that's what we're doing. And now we did our wind layer. Now we need 299er. Actually, we're going to do it at the other place. So that weather is currently 6 degrees at 6 knots. Not doing that yet. Hang on. This is in Fahrenheit, so 81 degrees Fahrenheit. And the pressure is 29902. Amazing. We're leaving it. 81, and humidity is 42%. I don't know how much this actually... Did I ask you to do that? 42. 42, I said. 42. Why? Oh, well. Well, fine then. Okay, there's that, and now we add a wind layer, and that's going to be the 06 at 6060 at 6 knots. No. Okay. Oh, that was frightening. Speed, nothing for gusting. I despise the gusting. Okay. I think we're good. We're going to do it. Okay. Sure, we'll do it like there-ish. All right. I think we're good now. And hopefully this works. And then I'll switch the clouds for the non-precision and the other non-precision. Okay, so we get out of the FBO and then we go do the thing. So we take the control lock out, master Switch goes on. Then we put the pitot heat on, nav lights, beacon, taxi, landing lights. Flaps go down. We check the fuel. I got to figure out whether or not I will fuel before, after I fly there or not. So we check our lights. Light check, light check, light check, light check, light check. Goot, amazing, excellent. Then we also grasp the pitot tube, feel that heat, and shut it off. Looking good. And we would check the checklist as well. Then we go back out and we drain a little bit of fuel from this wing and that wing. Check our static port. Vents, pitot tube, drain hole, fuel vent, stall horn, flap, aileron, tire, antennas, 2 comms, Garmin puck, VORs, and irrelevant, I think. Elevator, rudder, trim tab, the thing, flap, aileron, tire, baggage door, if I didn't say that over there. Gotta check that one. Always do. Oil, check that, make sure it's good. Drain a little bit of fuel from there. Check the propeller, leading edge of the propeller, alternator belt, make sure that's good. Wiggle that exhaust, make sure it's not wiggly. Air intake, nose wheel clearance. Okay. And then we would visually inspect the fuel. The fuel. Make sure we have enough fuel. Excellent. Amazing. Perfect. And then we would unchalk it. We would do the Hobbs time. Fuel's on both. Circuit breakers. Brakes. Pedal test. No talking during takeoff and landing. Seatbelts on at all times. Exits out the doors to the left and right. For now, make sure they are shut and locked. Even though it's really hot out, I just don't want to, I never do. I haven't yet forgotten to shut it before actually takeoff, but I don't want to just add the stress. So we're shutting them now, and you're going to roast inside with me, DPE. So yes. So then seat track back and locked, chicken. Avionics off, autopilot irrelevant, carb heat off, beacon goes on. Prime it, because we do that again now. Because number 1 instructor informed me that we could. Prime it, mixture full rich, throttle goes slight, clear left, clear right, clear head, clear back, clear prop, brakes, master switch goes on, including the alternator, and we turn it on. And we watch, we make sure we keep the throttle on aroundish 1,000, not too high, make sure it doesn't keep creeping up on me. Avionics go on, so we'll switch on our Garmin. So, oh gosh, I forgot I have to do that too. So we're putting our Garmin in. So that's going on. Checking our oil temperature, oil pressure. Oh, and we would have filled up before we left, sorry. Aha, magic. Oh gosh, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna stick this over here so I can still see it. And I don't need that, that's good. Oil pressure, oil temperature is good. Frequencies we would put in, so Columbus is 125.25. Oh, and I was going to do a craft clearance as well. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Because I'm still not sure, what to expect with the craft clearance. Is he, going to pretend to clear me to our long cross-country destination or to where we're about to actually go do approaches? I don't know. I can do either. I hope. And then if he asks me if I can do an amended clearance, I just make sure, before I accept it, I need to recalculate fuel. So yeah, okay. And we're gonna put our taxi light on, our nav light on, don't have a strobe. And then we would put our, again, our frequencies in. So so we need Columbus in there, which is 111.8. And we should be able to actually get this one on the ground. No? Yes? Excellent. Identify it. Perfect. And then we're going to put our localizer in right away. It's 111.5. Although I do need to make sure I don't need the VOR over there too. Okay. Alright. I just gotta switch all this quick. And again, again. I'm sorry, this is a dry, very, very tedious stream and flight, but it's what I need, so I apologize. Hope it's somewhat entertaining. Seeing me struggle. Procedure, approach, we're gonna do the ILS from Olu, add to route. So then, once we, that's kind of tricky and I don't like it. So once we get off of Olu, once our localizer starts coming in, we can go ahead and switch to the Norfolk VOR, which is 109.6. We will have 9.7 miles. So we'll be good. We'll make sure to do that though. Okay, so frequency's there. And we put the CTAF in and both CTAFs. So we're gonna put the parking brake on because now we gotta do the GPS, and again, I apologize for it. GPS. Boom. There it is. So as you can see, it's very out of date, but we're gonna fly it anyway. Said no proper instrument pilot ever. It is half left and half up, and the flags are out of view. And the OBS says the thing. Yeah, amazing. Excellent. There's some of our GPS stuff, message, not for use for navigation. So our CTAF is Columbus first. One, 2, 3.05. Amazing. And then the going to, oops, not going there. Where are we going? Kolu. I press this thing, then I go that way, then I clear it, and I go to this way. No, I go to, no, what? Direct to, there we go. Then we, oops, and then we go to Kafk. Oops. Kafk. There. Okay. And now we go to the flight plan again. And we do that again. Oops. And we go to there. And we go to there. And do it again. There. No. And then we go there. And then we clear that one. And then we clear that. Okay. Now we do procedure. We select our approach. ILS, I think it's O2 now, and now it's from OLU, and technically we need to activate it because we're getting on the approach right away. So we're activating it, enter. Amazing, excellent. And we need to do our other CTAF, which is 122.7, 122.7. There, and that's for Kafk. And did it put our stuff in? We got 111.5, but we need the, what's it? Kolu. What is Kolu? 111.8. Yes. So we just need to flop that one. Oops. Ah, push. Oops. Oops. There. Okay, and then we swap, and then we would ident it. Amazing. Okay, so now we clear, and then we go to, we're in nav, so now we go over. No. We're in aux, the auxiliary. So we need to go to the side, to the side. Now we're in there, and now we go to there. And we do our rain prediction, enter. For Kafk, arrival date, arrival time. Oops, stop it. Yes, enter. And then we go over. Yes, at whatever time we will be arriving. Yes, and then we enter and compute. It computes, and we're good. And we just make sure that we remember to. Oh, you know what? And we should also check. So sorry, we're getting there, And then we go like that, and then we go over, and we have to do, oops, not there. Go over, and then we check, and I have to do this thing, initialize, Kafk. Nope, not Kafk, Kolu. And I'm not going to mess around with this anymore after this. I'll just kind of talk through it and hope for the best on actual Checkride. There. Okay. So now we zoom out and make sure it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. Is that it? I think that's it. All right. We're leaving that there. Again, apologies. Thank you for bearing with me. Where is this? GPS, go. So that's what we're expecting, and we'll find out if we're actually cleared for that. Okay. I have to adjust a little bit. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna go do our run up, and we're taking off from 1-4. Checking, and it's going that way, so we have to go that way. All right. We're going to pretend that we don't see that person there that we just knocked with our wing. We're also going to make sure that our pedals aren't underneath the table. We'll go taxi. See, we're so close. Honestly, the instrument stuff it is very tedious. It's good, but very tedious. So we're gonna follow 214. So we're gonna go that way. We're gonna check the windsock too, by the way. And I think it's just a crosswind. It'll be a left crosswind. So we will just be aware of that. And we're going to check as we taxi. We're going to do our taxi checks, which apparently I can always remember in the sim, but when I'm coming out of my home airport, I always forget to do, probably because it's gravel and grass. Like, once I see a taxiway, I'm like, all right, I can do my taxi checks, but otherwise it's just no. So, all right, so we're not taxiing too fast. We'll keep it at a nice, steady 1,000. Check the airspeed, make sure it's not doing anything wonky. Make sure the attitude indicator is not deflecting too far to either side. Check that the altimeter is not doing anything weird. The turn coordinator, the plane goes into the turn and the ball goes out of the turn. The DG is swinging freely and correctly. The VSI is not showing anything weird either. Okay. Taxi checks good. All right. And we definitely could have put the mixture back, but to be honest, I'll probably not mess with that on Checkride day. Or I will. We'll see. I have been very good at doing like a pre-takeoff checklist, like just my own sort of just checking all the major things right beforehand to make sure I didn't do anything stupid. But it is just adding that variable I'm not sure about. Same with the doors. Let me just crunch this light. Not my fault. You left it there. Oh, I guess I was supposed to actually check the elevation. So we'll do that once we get to the end. Make sure that the altimeter is reading correctly. Here we come. Oh, and technically this one has like a little nice run up area, but the one I'm going to be flying out of does not. Can you brake properly, please? Thank you. Okay. And we will be into the wind here. Excellent. Amazing. Perfect. Going like so. Nice. All right. Checking our altitude. So we're at high plate 1447. So 1447. Amazing. Perfect. It's also because it's standard pressure, so that's excellent. So doing that and show plate. I've been finding some new tricks with the flight plan and plates and stuff on ForeFlight. And it's been pretty cool, and hopefully it'll be helpful in Checkride, but I also don't want to again throw more things at me that like new things that are gonna screw me up. So we'll see. So we're doing our run up. Brakes, fuel's on both, trim for takeoff. Flight controls, bump, bump, bump. Flaps are part of my checklist, my earlier checklist. So check those as well. Flight and there and there and there and there and there and there and back and forward. Amazing. Okay. Instruments, good, 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 good. DG, excellent, good, good. Primer is in and locked. I'm trying to do these from memory, but I will actually quick do the checklist just because I'm apparently missing things. Mixture's best in power, it looks okay. Primer is in and locked. 1700. Here we go. All right. And I'll do it properly. Magneto 1, watch that drop back. 2 clicks, watch that drop. 2 clicks back. Carb heat, watch that drop and back. Check the oil pressure, temperature, the ammeter, and the vacuum gauge. Amps and volts, oil pressure, temperature, idle check. Awesome. Okay. And then we do the thing. Okay, so I assume we're going to simulate clearance on the ground. So I would call up. Who am I calling up? Let me check. At Kolu, show on map. Clearance delivery. So they are on the phone and they don't have a GCO. So So technically I could try to get flight service. So I could try 122.2. I'll check the AFD to make sure. So Columbus radio. If unable to contact on FSS frequency, it'll be Minneapolis ARTCC on the phone. I haven't actually done a flight service clearance, so so I guess I'll just call them on the phone. Or Columbus, I'll just do Columbus radio, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, on the ground at Columbus, runway 14, open IFR flight plan to, where are we going? Norfolk. And then they would say cleared to Norfolk via Slays, then direct, no, hang on. Cleared to Norfolk via Columbus VOR, Oscar Lima uniform, then Slays, then direct, climb, maintain, 3,000, expect 5,000, 10 minutes after departure, but it's just gonna be 5,000. And then frequency that we would contact them. Again, this is the we're getting on the approach like almost immediately, like our initial approach fix. I mean, it will be a little bit. Oh, I have to turn that thing on. Sorry. To start tracking, and we're good. Okay. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Again, so Minneapolis Center, and then frequency 125.02, squawk 1200, void if not off in 10 minutes, and or they would give me the time and say the time that my void, then the time now, my void time, and then a callback time by, sort of thing. And then I would say all of that stuff. I would get it all right, hopefully. And then we would go. Okay, so clear left, clear right, amazing. Columbus traffic, Cessna Hotel, and then, Columbus traffic, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, departing runway 14 to the northwest, Columbus. All right. Oh, wait, actually, do my personal final checklist. That. Oops. Mixed Earth, that's what it's for. That is what the personal checklist is for. Good Lord. And I also have to, hang on. Sorry. There. Okay. And since we kind of know, we do know where we're going to go. We're going to go on the 323 radial. Oop, I'll go this way. And so I'm allowed, as far as I know, to use my GPS for the VOR in GPS mode as long as I have my other one monitoring, tracking it as well. So there's that, and we will identify that one as well. And yeah. But this isn't the VOR, so I don't need to use that one. I can put the 111.6 in, or 111.5 in that one. Sorry, 109.6. So I would put the 109.6 in here for the missed approach and hold on the 126. So I guess since I'm starting with the localizer, I'll put in the 126 here. Although usually use that for like headings and stuff. All right, anyway, moving on. We're good. We got all the things. We did all the things. We got that in. Perfect. So we did the thing, and we're going. Again, I appreciate you bearing with me. Thank you, ForeFlight. That's a little fast. And since we did our check, we can just get properly configured, not drift king it, and go. And we have oops, what the heck? Hang on. That's sort of a crosswind. Hang on. Okay. Oop. All right. So we are standard thing, departure, do not turn until 400 feet. So that was 1447, I think it said, so 1847, so we'll do 1900. We'll turn around and capture that 323 radial. And again, we're taking off from here, so see this, yeah, this one's kind of weird. I'll see if I can, so Minneapolis Center, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is, oops, 2,000, climb 3,000. Yeah, that's it. Just off Columbus. And they would say, yeah, cleared for the approach, I guess, because you're right at the instrument approach fix, or the initial approach fix. Hopefully they'd say radar contact, and tell me to climb to 5,000. And that's exactly what we would do, and clear direct to the thing and for the approach. So we're gonna turn, actually we're gonna turn this way. Actually we need to pull the needle, so we're gonna turn this way. Oops, without doing that. Standard rate, standard rate, standard rate. Pulling that needle as we turn back around to 323. And I didn't think about this, but I assume that we're either going to do the unusual attitudes and stuff like that before we actually go for the approaches. So we'll see. So we're going to get up to 5,000. We're getting at our heading of 323. We're going to capture that radial. It's probably a little bit of an excessive pitch. Alright, we're coming up on our 323. However, we are going to need to intercept. So we're going to take a corrective angle. So we're going to go like with that because that's how far it's deflected. And since we're actually cleared direct, now that I think about it, we'll go like this. And we're actually only that far. So okay, so since we're cleared direct, we're just gonna follow the line. So we'll go like so. And we are gonna leave our landing light on probably because I don't want to have to worry about it and forget about it. Trimming. Although that's part of our checklist, so okay, we're just gonna do it. Hate the trim button. It's probably a bit excessive. Alright, getting back onto our course. so it seems like it's getting pretty sensitive. And I don't know if they would just automatically at this point say, all right, you're getting on the approach, so go. Oop, there's the thing. So now we're going to turn to 323. We're still getting up to 5,000. So we probably, I guess, should have gotten like delay vectors in order to get, we should have done like a hold or something to gain that altitude in order to get up to that 5,000. We're going to get onto that 323, and I need to switch my VOR. Back over to that radial. There. Okay. And again, we just passed the thing. And we have quite a few miles. Get down. So intercept angle and going down. Intercept angle. Not too much down, not too much down. Like there. Could you just there? Here it's creeping back in. Okay. Keep that angle. Now we're up at cruise, so we'll bring our power back. All right, there we go. We're gonna kinda oscillate a little bit and get back to our 323. For the love. All right. So we can get our weather. I'm gonna go insane trying to configure this plane. Now I feel I need to make that into a poem. Alright, keeping on, keeping on. So we're going up, come on, and to the side. Probably a bit much. I just do like the like notch of trim, and it goes all the way up to like 1,000, and it angers me so. All right, so and this is going to be an ILS, so even though, and actually, hang on, if I can go like that. I know, I'm not looking, but okay. Oh no, I'm pressing buttons. There, okay. So, need to get back to our heading. I get down. get down to that minus 500 because for the love. And as always, I promise I fly better in an actual plane. So 323, let's keep that heading. And since we're up at cruise, check that DG again. Going to go insane. All right. So there's no procedure turn for this one, so we're gonna go straight through. Keep us straight, and level, and then we would rebrief the approach. Well, we would get our weather, we'd listen to it, we would do our altimeter, we would plan for our runway. Amazing, awesome. And we're going to land. We're going to land straight in for our precision. And ILS, oh, and I was gonna stick the thing on the screen. So we will do that. We're getting a little bit off our heading, so we'll turn a bit. Should I just, oops. Like that. Uh-oh. There. Okay. So we're good there, and good-ish there. We're probably gonna have to... Okay, we're gonna let that oscillate out because I'm sick and tired of playing with the trim. ILS localizer, runway 2. It's up to date. It's at Oscar Foxtrot Kilo. Getting back on our heading and stuff. Localizer is 111.5, which we will see if we can get in at this point. Hang on. We'll get back onto our heading and then do that. And for the love, I'm gonna go insane. And I guess I should probably remember how far out. And it has been idented. Okay, so now we'll get back on our heading, but we do need that intercept angle, so we'll leave it a little bit. Approach course is going to be 414 runway. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh. Okay. Runway length is 5,800, so we should be good. Elevation is 1573. This trim is going to cuckoo's nest me. Inop ALS, irrelevant, looking for a Mauser. Our ASOS, we'd have that in, we got it taken care of. We were talking to center. Are we still talking to center since we're technically on the approach? Even though we're quite a bit out yet? Yeah, we're coming up on the intermediate fix. So I kind of feel like since we're on like a sort of... Is that technically a feeder route if it's from an initial approach fix? I mean, technically it's part of the procedure, correct? So, and then they would probably be like, all right, switch over to frequency, a common frequency, and, oh, jeez. Thank you, ForeFlight. And then let us know what you're doing. And be like, well, we're gonna go missed on this one, and we'll request the VOR, whatever one we're doing, 7 or something. What's the opposite one? VOR, I think it's the 1-4. Yeah, VOR 1-4. So yeah, so they'll be like, all right, call us back. And we'll be like, Roger. And then we don't have to call anybody yet until we get a little bit closer. We don't have to get configured yet until we get a little bit closer. And this trim going... I've said it already, but I'm not joking. promise I don't have this much trouble with it in the actual plane. So, just so that is clear. Distance to next is 3.3. So we've got a little bit of time. So again, we're going to look it over. We're going to be on a track of 1.4. And we'll follow the glide slope down, not getting down past 3,500 until 6.4 DME. And then our 1773 is our mins. I'm going to actually flip over here to see if we're coming in yet. Not coming in yet, so that, because once we come in, I want to get, get that heading under control. So we're turning, getting back on heading. Getting back on altitude. One nautical mile. So we'll check that localizer again. Here it's coming in, so we're gonna start getting onto it. So it's 014, and we would flip on our GPS. Oh, so since I was on the initial approach fix, for the love. Sorry. Not descending. Oops. Alright, so we got a little bit of time, so we're gonna get ourselves flipping figured. Get that attitude indicator where it's supposed to be. And you know what? We are going to start slowing it down, since we are on the sort of final sort of situation. Not final, but we just got past the intermediate fix. Not that slow. Aim for 90 knots. We don't want that 3/4 scale deflection. So we're going to get ourselves, nose it over. Get back on that track. Intercept it. So we're going to watch that we're trending in, and then we're going to swap 109.6, I think is our other VOR. Start looking at, since our glide slope is coming in, we can start looking at utilizing that to get us down. Coming a little fast, we're going to quick swap and ident. Perfect, and swap. All right. Trim. All right, so we are following we're about to be 12 miles out, or we're at 12 miles out. We'll start looking at making our calls and getting ourselves configured. Not getting down past 3,500 until 6.4. All right, now we'll start powering. Oops, actually no. Keep wanting to turn right, so making sure we don't do that. Then we're gonna try and stay on this glide angle. All right, so Norfolk traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, 10 miles straight in on the ILS 2, Norfolk. Bring that power back some more, get back on, and you know what, we're gonna DG that thing. Now that we made our call, we're gonna start carb heat, power down, get into that white arc range. And I think we're gonna pitch up a little bit. Get back onto that 2. Power down a little bit more. Oops, shoot, don't do that. Powering up a little bit more. Getting back on. Get that nose over for the love. Not like that. Okay, not doing, trying to use my rudder for corrections, but I always end up doing way too much and not getting above. Okay, we were looking so good, and then what the hell? Sorry. Okay, just gotta get it trimmed out, figured out. You know what, I'll just say this is not one of those aircraft that I can take my hand off. Lights, so we would click the lights on. We would have our landing light on when we were cleared for the approach. We would 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 the lights. Undercarriage, mixture full rich, power propeller, pumps, safety, seatbelts, security. I think I might be leaning on my rudders. Oops. Okay, and we can power down some more, except not getting below 3,500 before 6.4. So we got half a mile. But we could pitch up a little bit to... There's the outer marker. Okay. Not overdoing it, less is more. So we can get down, well, again, so we're watching for you know what, we're gonna pitch up to arrest that speed and get 1 notch of flaps in. Getting back over. And then powering up just a smidgen again, pitching up some more, getting back on, manhandling it if we need to, although we don't want to. Get that pitch down some more. Oop. 1773, so 1800. We're at 3,000. Okay, come the hell. So, can I say that I had a bit of a failure just there? It was not created by me. Because I did, as soon, like, I saw that the turn coordinator was like, frozen. Like, it was frozen in a turn, and then the DG was still frozen at its heading. So let's get back to where we're supposed to go. Get on that northish so that we can recapture. I'm gonna trim up. Not too much. Nope, that's too much. Okay. Getting back. To get back on that localizer and that glide slope. Okay, we're just gonna power down, I guess, if you cannot be trusted. You flippin' trim. I hate you. I hate you. Loathing. Loathing is a word I would use to describe the feelings I have for you. Flippin' trim. What am I doing? Norfolk traffic, Cessna, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, 2 miles straight in, ILS 2, Norfolk. Powering, not letting us go below 1800, although technically it's 1773, so just keep that in mind. Powering down some more. Getting back on that localizer for the love. I really have to recalibrate or something. Oh, not getting too excited, not getting too excited. 500, okay, so getting back on course. Again, we're gonna wait until we actually get coming in, glide slope. Capture that, getting down, watching for 1773 before we get too excited about anything. Okay, following it. Getting above glide path. 1800s, 1773. All right, there it is. Now we're getting below. So we're going to arrest our descent there. And missed approach point is, I guess, that's 1773, and we're going to climb out 3,000 up to 4,000. Carb heat, and we'll just keep following it up, and flap goes up. And we're aiming for up to 3,000, so let's get it up. We'll follow that localizer. Okay, so we just passed over it. We're not following that localizer. So we'll use the follow the runway heading. We'll ident it again. And we can climb faster. So climb. Oops. It's probably a bit much. We have it idented. Climbing up to 3,000, climbing right turn to 4. It's a bit much. For the love. Okay, so there's our 3,000, climbing a right turn to 4,000 direct to the VOR. So we'll figure out where we need to go there. That's a from. So we'll do a 2. And we need to be turning, so standard rate up to 4,000. Norfolk traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1 on the missed runway 2, Norfolk. And then we call, it was Minneapolis Center, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1 on the missed runway 2, Norfolk, ILS 2, Norfolk. And then they would say, fly published missed, and I don't know, report with intentions, report with when established in the hold, I don't know, all the things, whatever he tells me to do. And then we will arrest our ascent at 4,000 for the love. And we're going to keep trimming, and we're going to keep turning. We're going to have to reconfigure. Okay, so we're going to keep on turning to the 2-1. And we're coming in for a 126. So just looking at it GPS-ically, we're going to be coming in for a teardrop. So if I could just get the flip-in trim wheel to not hate me the way that I hate it. We could be doing quite well. And we're coming up on a hold, so we're just gonna like power down. Gentle, gentle. And we are getting near the fix, so we're gonna go with Can You for the Love. So it's gonna be 276 is what I'm gonna have to turn to for our teardrop. All right, there's a flip, so we're gonna turn to our 276. We're gonna go outbound for a minute. That's a bit much. Blah. Unusual attitude recovery. You weren't expecting that, because I wasn't either. All right, 276. And I guess we'll check our DG. Got it, done, amazing. Not dropping that fast. No. Getting back to our 276. Then we're gonna turn around, and while we're doing that, we're gonna turn this out to 126. A bit much, turn that way. Okay. Sure. There's our minute, so we're gonna turn to 126. Standard rate, keeping at that 4,000. We're looking for. And if I see that we're not going to make it, I just got to make sure that I'm correcting if necessary for the love. So watching for it to come in, but also not stopping before I'm supposed to. Power up a little bit. And we're not going to make it, so we're going to just that comes, so gently intercept it. Let it oscillate because I'm tired of nope, not that far. At least stay on the protected side, nice and gentle, just a gentle pressure change. Go with 1, 2. We're gonna try and, oh, there's a flip. So then we would standard rate, around. And we could go Minneapolis Center, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1 is established in the hold, and we would be at 4,000 if our trim wheel was working. 306 is what we're going around to, and then they'd say Roger or what have you, and standard rate is better than whatever the heck I'm doing. .306 we're looking for. Standard rate we're looking for. 306. And we roll out, wings level, and start our timer at 306. And then at least on like the first one, I might do like a degree in the left ways direction or the direction opposite, just to make sure that I don't blow through the thing. So we'll just go with the 3-0 maybe. Then we'll kind of watch a little bit. I think we might actually be good, so we'll... Alright, so we're... Seeing... I just... Okay, we're fine. Make sure we're not getting too far to the right. Alright, and then we're... Oops, there. We're there, okay. There's our minute, and then we turn standard rate. Standard rate to 126. Watch it, make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Standard rate. Make sure we're gonna be good. Standard rate. Standard rate. Here it comes in. We're looking for 126. Looking for 126. Looking for 126. It's a little bit off, so we're just gonna like let it go from there. It was coming in, so we'll do our 1. I don't know. Okay. So let's see if our inbound leg is okay. Oh, getting a little bit, oops, far. Pressure change, 126. 39 seconds, 40 seconds. Back on that proper side, but not that far for the love. 57, and we were at a minute, so yay. So we're gonna say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 after cleared for the, well, actually no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do a turn in the hold that I'm not monitoring, and we're gonna get the VOR approach up. So we'll standard rate, get it to 306, and then we'll just kind of see what happens as we brief. Oh, that, yeah. Would have flipped the CDI back to GPS a while ago. And this is where we would have the 109.6. In the other one, and we would have the 126 or whatever. There's the flip and whatever. So 1 minute, and we're gonna aim it at that between the 30. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna not look for a little bit. This is gonna be too bad. And like that, and like that, and like I have no idea what's happening, and I don't like it. There, that's gonna be good. Okay. Hey, we're not doing too bad. So 43 seconds, 42 seconds. I need to get this figured out. Procedure. I think I have to turn, oh no, VOR 14 from OFC. Alright, so that was, I'm pretty sure, minute 5. So we're off just by 5 seconds, and we didn't get to brief it. Again. So, yeah. So on the inbound, we'll hopefully be able to do that. And if we needed to, we would say, Minneapolis Center, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, request one more turn and hold. Yeah. And then if they're like, why? Then I'd say, so we can brief the plate and make sure we're gonna do it right. And I'd be like, Roger. Standard rate, standard rate, standard rate. We got off a little bit, so we're gonna need to not turn that far. It keeps wanting to turn to the right. There. Then once the thing starts coming in, alright, so we're gonna hope for the best. VOR 14 Norfolk, it's up to date. 109.6 we have in. Approach course is gonna be 125. Runway length is 5160. 1543, 1573 for the elevations. And I gotta figure out how to do that thing. And we're just not gonna make it back there. There it is. Okay, flip. So now we're gonna turn, and we're turning, and we are intercepting the 125. except we're gonna do the outward one. So no, hang on. Yeah, no, 305, so 335 is what we're gonna be aiming for our outbound to intercept 125. And I don't think I can get any closer with the VOR for that, so I'm just gonna leave it. So 335. All right, we're gonna continue staying at the 4,000 until we. Technically, we can get down to 3,400 by the procedure turn. So we might do that. Oh, 335. And yeah, I think we'll descend. 335. We need to intercept. And technically, so, and again, this is the VOR, so we would have to have the 125 on here, and, sorry, the 305 on here to monitor it. But we could have this on whatever we wanted, but, and I don't want to have to do the thing, so we're just gonna reverse sense it. And we're going outbound for 2 minutes. And I guess I kind of want to say maybe once it starts coming in, although it kind of looks like it might be coming in. We'll wait until we actually see it. Remain within 10 nautical miles. Do need to figure out how to adjust for flight. I might just... There it comes. We're just going to activate vectors final, see what happens. Alright, that's coming in, so we want to get back to the 305. We don't want to get over on the unprotected side. So 305. And we're down to our 3,400. Oops, 305. And we're getting a little bit away from it. We need to pull the needle because we're reverse sensing. We need to remember that. But since we'd have the GPS, we wouldn't have to worry about that. Alright. So we got 43 seconds, so we're going to continue briefing. And we're going to be circling on this one, and we figured to the... Can you not? Circling right traffic to 32. Watching our 2 minutes. Pulling the needle, getting up to where we're supposed to be. 30 seconds. And our final approach fix is technically procedure turn inbound, and it's very, very short, so we're gonna get everything configured, so we're gonna carb heat out right now, although that's kind of concerning. No, we're good, we're fine. We're good, we're fine, I think. No, we're not, hang on. Okay, so we're at 2 minutes, so 260 degrees we'll turn left to. supposed to be at 3,400 for the love. $260 for a minute. $260, thank you. $45 seconds. So we're creeping back up to 3,400, which we wouldn't have gotten below on in the actual airplane. And you know what? We are within that 10. So I'm gonna carb heat out. And once I get through the procedure turn, I'll do lights and actually we're gonna flap now because we're inside, and then we just need to make sure we don't balloon. 55, kind of off our thing, but okay. 1 minute. Turning back around to 80 onto the 125 course. Standard rate, standard rate. And this is probably going to be a weird call since it's circling, so might as well. We're getting to 80 and then 125. Not that far. Not. Trimming down, trimming down, trimming down. Well, not that far, I guess. Gosh, damn it. Sorry. Keep that turn coming in, 80 degrees in the 125. Far. Keep going to the 80 at least. Alright, so we're going to the 80. We're going to let it come in. There's our 80. And we're going to do our clicky lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're about 8 miles maybe? Hang on. Shoot. Yeah, we're gonna say 8 miles just because I don't want to. Alright, Norfolk traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, 8 miles to the northwest, inbound for runway 32, Norfolk. 125, make sure we capture it. And then we clicked our lights, we got our landing light on, we got our 1-notch flaps in. And we can start coming down to our circling, which is 2060 because we have the DME. $2,300 vegan first. Getting a bit off. So yeah, okay. So 2,300 by Fegan. So we're gonna get back on so we can be descending. To 2,300. Back on our oops. Not too much though. 2,300, not that far. Not that much. We're getting to Fegan. 2,300. Shoot, sorry, hang on. Ah! I have to put the weather proper like. So this needs to be at circling, so 2,100. Good. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. So we're still going, pitching up a little bit. We don't have to descend that fast. 2160 we're looking for, or sorry, 2060 we're looking for. Getting back on the VOR. 2,300 by Fegan. Or not more than 2,300 by Fegan. We've got half a mile. Oh. Not quite there yet, so we're going to arrest the descent a little bit. Not getting below 2,300. No. Oh, okay, now we can descend below to 2060. All right, getting over. Powering up. We don't want to get below 20, so 2,100 we're aiming for. 2060. Back on our VOR, 2,160 by 1.9er. To be honest, I'm not actually sure, so we're just gonna go like this. All right. Okay, so now we stay at, 2060. We get back up to 2060. Okay. And we're gonna circle right. Don't wanna do that. Pitching up. And again, it's a lot easier to see the runway in an actual airplane, but also my technique is terrible. So making sure we're not getting too far from the runway, but also not too close. So, okay. We should be back up at 2060 because we're not supposed to, we're not allowed to descend. Shoot, and Norfolk traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, right downwind, runway 32, Norfolk. Getting back up to the 2060 because we're proper instrument students. And we got a lot of runway, so we don't have to get too close to the end there. Aim for the 1,000 foot. It's okay. It's okay to do that. And I think Norfolk traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, left base to, right base to final 3-2, Norfolk. And we don't want to, oh my gosh, we're gonna keep our speed up. We're gonna pitch down. We're gonna not do that, what we just did. And we don't wanna get higher either. Okay, all right, so we're doing okay. We're gonna just dump. Dumping speed, dump a flap, and pitching, dump a flap. And this would definitely be a missed. Can we slip it? Yeah, so that was terrible, and we would have gone missed. We would have gone missed, and because we failed. So we just failed Checkride. Words I can't say because I'm a lady and I just don't want to deal with it. So it's already long. Hello, hi, how's it going? Sorry. Yeah. You know what? Okay, hang on. I do want to try something here quick. Actually, I had the one notch of flaps. I got my carb heat. I'm just gonna like terribly try to get back around here and see at what point I need to actually turn. So I'm getting back up to the 2060. All right, we're trying that again. So I was all right. So I'm at, again, the 2060. I'm gonna do the right, and then I'm gonna, base to final. And I'm just gonna dump speed, nosing down, but also being gentle about it. And probably flaps now, dump those flaps. Make sure I can still see the runway. And I've flipped it all up again. So that would have been terrible. But I can go out a little bit further than I think that I need to. Aiming for those 1,000 foot. All right, and touch and go. Clean up the airplane. Carb heat goes in. I'm gonna read that in a second. I'm gonna get up in the air because we gotta do one more approach yet, and I'm already way later than I anticipated being. I'm so sorry. Oh, the plane is flying. Okay. You can make that in the 150, 40-degree flaps, makes it drop like a brick. Nice. Yeah, we haven't worked. This sounds terrible, I think. We haven't worked on the circling as much. So, yeah, I'm a little nervous about that, but we'll see what happens. I'll probably do a little bit more practice before Checkride with that, and then apparently potentially a D&E arc, so we'll see. You're good just winding down from working all weekend? You get money. But I'm glad you're able to wind down though. And yeah, I hope it's a good time. Me, I'm working on Checkride stuff. So I just want it to be over. Honestly, we'll see. We'll get there. Looked a lot scarier when I was so high, but nice landing at the end. Yeah, I'm alive. Well, but again, and this is the thing. The first circling that I tried with my instructor, I was too high and I had to do a go around. The second time I did fine. So now this one, again, I was too high, and then this one, it was bleh, but I still landed. I can't do that in my Checkride like I am. I'm gonna say going missed, sure, but I actually need to demonstrate that I know how to circle and land. So we'll see. Yeah, but thank you. All right, since that was just a disaster. I need to figure out what we're actually doing. So honestly, technically, I think we practiced unusual attitudes by actually getting into unusual attitudes. So I'm gonna just get back to set up Kolu, procedure, approach to, we want the RNAV. We're gonna do Alamy, I think. Yeah, it's nice and close. So that we don't have to do procedure turn and we can just get right in there. Why do you do this? So, I don't understand. So, okay, so I'm gonna pack maybe, and then that'll help. Because for some reason, when I try and switch to a new approach on ForeFlight, it like colors it like I've already done it, and then it doesn't direct me through it. So I don't understand, and I kind of have to have that proper like for Checkride if I want my situational awareness. Okay, so oh, that's irritating. Okay, it's fine. We'll figure it out. You get bonus paper weekends. Nice. So you don't mind. That's good. Excellent. Amazing. I like it. That works. And now you get to relax. So that's even better. Okay, so Norfolk traffic, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1 departing 14 to the left downwind departure. Hang on. Left downwind departure. Sorry, 32. 32. Left downwind departure to the southeast. Yeah, okay. And the GPS I'm using my ForeFlight for, I'm just running through the stuff. So we'll get up to, what do we need to get up to? At least 3,500, we're going southeast, so 5,000 maybe? Oh yeah, we got time, so, okay, so we're getting up to 5,000. We'll brief on the way. And I need this, so I just blew through where I was supposed to go. So we're just gonna 360 around again. Oh my gosh. Nope, stop doing that. Just gentle. Alright, we're doing it through to the end. Come on. Takes 2 minutes to get all the way around. 166 is gonna be our course, so watch for that. Do I have flaps up, carbon? Yeah. Just pitching way up, apparently. Looking for 166. Oi, oi, oi. Again, I'm supposed to be practicing like radio calls and stuff, but like I don't know what he's gonna be saying at this point. So can you stop turning? I told you to stop turning and not pitch up so much because unusual attitudes. Trim button, I am going to lose it. We might get some gamer words tonight. We'll see. I do. I usually have a very foul mouth in the cockpit, so if that comes out, I apologize in advance. And actually, we're probably going to be VFR. Yeah, VMC, VFR, whatever. So we can go to... I don't want to go to 5,500. Okay. Alright. We're not going to let up now. We're almost done. One more approach. Let's do it. Watching the GPS. Interception, angle, stop turning. All All right, so we would get the weather, and the weather that we put in there was 6 degrees at 6 knots. And the pressure is 29902, which we also put in there. We have to, you know what, I'm just gonna let it run and see what happens while I put the new weather in. So the minimums need to be 1920, so we'll do 2000. We'll do, yeah, getting a little bit far over, because for the love. Perfect, okay. Oh, that's a bit far. Okay. Chilling. We got this. Actually, hang on. What way are we going? Yeah, we are going that way. Whatever. Stop it. Continuing up to 5,000. Really don't want to. But I will. Okay. I'm gonna go flipping insane. I do. I think I need to recalibrate something. Okay. Because I promise I'm not this bad in an actual plane. Alright. I need to get the... You're driving me up a wall. See, and again, okay. Make sure the rudder's not doing anything. Make sure I'm not doing anything. Alright. That's cool. That's fine. This is normal. It just wants me to practice unusual attitudes. Or we have wind. I don't know. We're at 5,000, so we're gonna stop. Okay, and we're nosing over. It's the sim, so like right now we have like 20 miles to go. So I'm just gonna get over to where we need to be. There. Okay. Trim button can die in a hole. Pitching, powering down. Okay. Powering down some more. I'm sorry, I'm getting all flustery and frustrated with this flipping, looping. Now we're gonna go faster and not. Fine, you know what? Yeah, do that. Pitch all the way down. See if I care. We pitch up a little bit. We let you oscillate a little bit. We get on track. Just a little flipping bit would be nice. Pitching. Oh, going insane. Slowly. Maybe not so slowly. Okay. Are you good for a little bit? Can I do some stuff for a little bit? Stupid flipping trip. Up a little bit, then you're gonna go down a little bit, then you're gonna pitch up a little bit. Okay, so we're getting on track. I have to get the RNAV thing up. So I just need to make sure I'm not going. Alright, I'm just gonna. We're gonna get it. RNAV. RNAV, go away. I'm sure that my plane is doing things that it shouldn't be doing. Okay, so I need to turn back to that way a little bit, and hopefully I'm not... No, wrong way. That's fine. I'm leaving it. We're fine. All right, there we go. Hopefully that works. All right, so we have that in place. Getting back on track and getting our plate. Yeah, so we would get the weather. We got the weather. I think we already got the weather. RNAV 14 Columbus Oscar Lima uniform. It is up to date. WAS. We don't have WAS. We did a RAIM check on the ground, and it does its own RAIM check before the actual approach. Approach course is 142. Runway length is 6260. Touchdown zone. The elevations are the same at 1447. Notes are irrelevant except we can't circle. We're doing it a straight in, so irrelevant. LPV irrelevant. Looking for a Mauser. All right. So from Alamy, it's 3,500 to CACFI, going insane. Flip and trim. Make sure we're on track. No, we're not. A little bit this way. It's got to be a neat feeling flying in the clouds. It is. I have done a little bit of actual, and it's definitely not like the Foggles. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to getting more time and getting way more comfortable with that, because even if I do pass my instrument check ride when I take it, I will not be going up by myself in the clouds, even though it is kind of scary, but it definitely is cool. And my favorite is breaking out on top. Two different things. It's breaking out on top to a beautiful scene, right? But also coming in for a landing and you're just prime right there. So good. So yeah. But definitely, it does. It's a lot different actually flying in the clouds than trying to fly under Foggles. Because you do get, even if you don't want to, you do get a degree of peripheral stuff, which I don't like, and that's why I wanted to start getting more actual instrument time once my number one instructor came back for a little while. But we haven't been able to. It's been nice, clear, beautiful days, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll be able to get there. Yeah, sensations are all different too. I guess that kind of goes along with the instrumentation and stuff. All right, so at the T, 3,500, the first part of the T to CACFI is still that. Getting down to 3,100, which is DOS Joe. And since we're LNAV, our visual descent point is 1.4 nautical miles to runway 14. And 1920 is our minimums. Jeez, every time. Yes, I got the weather. Thank you very much for flight. No, get back where you're supposed to go. 1920, half statute mile visibility. All right. Okay. You've done VFR over the top, which was an awesome sight, right? Excellent. Okay, so how high were you? Not like that, sorry. What was your altitude? And like, was it for anything, or were you just going flying? Like, were you actually traveling somewhere? So, and that's the over the top. So it was like, isn't that the thing where it's like VFR at where you're taking off and landing, but there's just clouds in the middle? So then you just kind of whoop like that. And then yeah, then it's not, that's different than the VFR on top, which is the instrument thing. Correct? I hope, I think. All right, so then Minneapolis Center would tell us we're cleared for the approach and to do all this stuff. Cancel with us if you have the thing. Well, okay, and we'll have to cancel on the ground because I have it so that we're actually IFR. Rawr. That's fine. This is fine. All right, gonna check my stuff. DG. 166 is our course line. Just flying, probably around 5,000 feet. Ooh, very cool. Nice. I love that. We did a little bit of that too, and we were able to see like our shadow on the clouds, and there was like a rainbow around it. That was pretty fun. Okay. Coming up on Alamy. Keeping where we're at. Seeing where our thing is. Alright, so we're still good with calls. We just need to make sure that we're going to call Columbus now instead of Norfolk. And you know what? We're going to say that they stepped us down. So we're going to... we'll start descending at Alamy. And it's a fly-by waypoint, so we will fly by it at around a half mile, I think. Stop descending. You infuriate me. miles, 1.1 miles. VFR over the top is all VFR, right. You have to be able to get on top and back down while maintaining VFR rules, right. Excellent, okay. Sounds good. Okay, here we come, 0.7, 0.6, 0.6, 0.5. All right, we're gonna start turning gently. To 232, and at this point we're just following the GPS, which I'm using ForeFlight for, and yeah, we'll start descending down to 3,500, 232, following, magenta needles, start descending. That's our initial approach fix. Could probably not do that. Oops, stop it. 232, por favor. Sticking on that 232, not ascending, descending, and thank you. 3,500 by Cacti. Oh, that is right. So we do got to get down to 3,500 by Cacti without going that fast, for the love. 2.8 miles. Like, if you could stop oscillating and freaking me out, that'd be great. You know what? Just descending. Pitching, trimming, loathing the trim button. And Cacti is also a fly-by waypoint, so we don't want to overshoot. So we'll start at about 0.5 miles. Yeah, start coming down, and you know what? Just to give us, we got 14 nautical miles. Okay, fine, I'll wait. So getting down to 3,500, 1.3 nautical miles. VFR on top, you believe, is basically the same thing, but an IFR rated pilot flying through IFR conditions to get to VFR conditions on top. Right, yeah. And then at that point, you're operating under both IFR and VFR rules. So, yeah, so you're staying above the certain altitudes, but picking your own altitude. However, and you let them know if and when you vacate that altitude, and it's the plus 500 altitude. Okay, and that's 0.3, so we're going to turn to our course of 142. Um, yeah. And you're also supposed to maintain VFR cloud distances and everything. And we're getting down to 3,100 by whatever it is, Dostjo. 142. And we can be descending some more. Gotta get over a little bit. Re-intercepting, getting down to 3,100, and we're getting close. So I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 the lights. Landing light is on, carb heat goes out. Fuel's on both, mixture's full rich, undercarriage is fixed, power propeller pumps, safety seatbelt security, calls. We're just going to do it now. Columbus traffic, Cessna, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, 10-mile final on the RNAV 14, Columbus. Getting down to 3,100. Technically we're 11 miles out, but we'll make sure that they know right away. Again, we're still intercepting, so get back over on that line, and then we're powering up so that we cannot stop it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Getting close, getting very close. Would like to get some flaps in, so getting back on course. Would like some flaps in by Dostjo. I'm going to go insane. As always, I promise I'm better in an actual plane. There's our 1 notch of flaps, you flippin'. Going up a little bit. Okay. I'm going to do things. You're not going to like them. I will recycle you. Okay, we can go a little bit faster up here. This is fine. We can go faster. Faster. We're gonna get on our track. We're gonna get up to 3,100. Then we're gonna pitch. We're gonna pitch. Not like that. Not like that. Getting back on our track. It's probably a little fast. Pitching down. Going insane. This is fine. What were our minimums again? 17, nope, that's not, 1920, 1920. Flapper, 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 flapper. Okay, and we can pitch down some more. Oh, okay. You only got to experience IFR conditions twice, once in an airliner, once in a helicopter. Right, right. I feel like helicopter would be scarier than airliner. Or even Cessna, I would think. Was it? Was it frightening? Good evening, hello. How's it going? Oh, we're coming in on our final. We're getting close to some gamer words. However, so far I think I've done okay. .9 miles from our fix. Getting back on our flipping heading. 3,100. After 3,100, our visual descent point is 1.4 nautical miles to the runway. It's a lot easier to read a needle. than it is to follow a track on ForeFlight, I have found. And our flip, there it is, 5, 2, and that's to runway 14. So at 1.4 miles, we need to be at the visual descent point. Or we need to see the visual descent, or yeah, and powering down, pitching down. Here to add your support, thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, it's been an evening, very long evening. Oh, I think we're at least going on, if not at or past 4 hours, so yeah. 1920, flapper. You didn't think so? That's good. It did ruin your flight though. Okay, so what was it for? Was it like a sightseeing flight and then all of a sudden you're you're in IMC? Oh no. So yeah, what was that for? If you're willing to tell. Sorry, if you're not, that's fine. But yeah, if it was, I assume if it was something like that, that would kind of ruin it. The purpose has been thwarted. All right. Redoing our list, 4 nautical miles, so we'll say Columbus traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, 4 mile final, RNAV 14, Columbus. Must do my calls, and I think I need to pitch down some more. I'm going to go insane. I swear. It is not this finicky in an actual plane, at least in the plane that I fly, and it's just ticking me off. Okay, we're good, we're fine, this is fine, we're okay. We're going down to 1920, and I need to get more on this course, because otherwise I'm going to miss everything. Looking for 1.4, getting down to 1920. Hello. Hello. I love the Mausers. I do love me a Mauser. Visual descent point, 1.4, powering down some more. I'm going to go insane. I did, on one of my last lesson actually, I got a little bit all sorts of like thrown around and confused because I was like trying to pitch down, so I was like, the VSI was going the way I wanted it to, but I was also too much power, and 1920 is our thing. And now we can utilize the thing. So we were quite off course. We're above glide slope now. And you know what? Number one instructor told me, do not just, you know what, leave the, I have no idea whether that was like full deflection or not, but technically I was just doing it for, what's it? Just to follow the actual GPS approach. So yeah, so just not messing with any flaps for Checkride, just doing the 1 notch of flaps before the final approach, 1 notch of flaps before the final approach fix. Then we're gonna get to that 1,000 foot. We're good. All right. And then we're just going to lightly, gently center line, hold that nose wheel off, hold that nose wheel off, hold that nose wheel off. Lindbergh references. Perfect. Okay. Not perfect. Definitely not. And then we're gonna bring it to a stop, and we're gonna hopefully taxi off right here. Okay. Columbus traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, clear of runway 14. Columbus. Flaps, trim for takeoff. Where am I going? We're going that way. Oh, okay. Medical helicopter. So then what? Oh no. That was 3 S swears in a row. You're very polite. I'm a very polite person. Usually, kind of, sometimes. Oh, it's just, I do. I try not to gamer words. I try not to spew profanities in public. Apparently, apart from in the cockpit. Um, but yeah, I try to be a lady. However, the trim button is testing me, as well as the calibration of these controls, and the fact that my flippin' pedals are underneath my desk, my table thing. They get stuck and it ticks me off. Ugh. Anyway, yes. While it can fly IFR, the destination was off airport. Oh, where there was no ILS, so you had to turn around. Oh no. Yeah. So then what happened? So was that for work then? And just okay. So again, not. Hopefully he hasn't told me that I failed yet. Um, are we crossing a runway? There should be a thing that says we're crossing a no, this is a taxiway. I remember this. Okay, getting back in. We're taxiing back in. I'm at full idle. It's actually kind of cool. And then we pull up to the fuel. I know where the fuel is at that airport, but okay. So we pull up to the fuel because I don't think that I'll be refueling. I'll be filling up before I go flying there, and then I don't think I have to fill up before we actually go fly. However, I'll see how much time it took for this one, and we'll see. Nailed it. Nice. Um, so it did. It only took us 6 gallons. I mean, in this thing though, but I don't know. We'll see. So finishing up. Um, um, so I take out the checklist, and I would have taken out the checklist after the thing, after crossing the hold short, and then I take out the checklist and do what I want. So, what am I doing? So, trim for takeoff, fuels on both, flaps are up, carb heat's in, and then what? What am I doing? What am I saying? What am I thinking? Then all the electronics go off, avionics go off, lights go off, mixture goes out. Mags out, master off. We're just going to continue. Because then, just to make sure, because again, like after my private, uh, DP, like we finished up, and I can't remember when he started kind of like talking to me about stuff, but he's like, okay, so how do you think you did? And I had just slammed in my soft field. So I was like, oh no, like right at the end, I bet I just failed. And of course he's not going to say, well, we can't like, do you want to continue, because like it's the end, so maybe I did just fail. So he did. He said, how do you think you did? And I said, well, I've got some things to work on. And then he goes, all right, like, did the stall horn just go? All right, like what? And I said, well, I'm not going to tell you yet. And he laughs at me, and he talks to me about a little bit of stuff, and then he goes, well, something about like, congratulations, you're done, or whatever. He didn't say I passed, so in my mind, I was like, okay, there's still a chance. So I was like, shook his hand. I was like, yeah, for now, whatever, haha. And then we like get back in there, and I'm still in a place of, okay, I still don't know whether I passed or not. And then eventually it kind of like clicked, and I do. I say to him, I'm like, wait, you mean I like, congrats, I'm done, I passed? And he gives me this look, and he's like, yeah. I was like, oh. So yes, it doesn't end yet. So I did all the things. I chalk it, so we parking brake it. And then I could put the control lock in, because I've added that into my walk around to like not play with but to just move the controls to make sure that my control lock isn't in before I get back into the cockpit again. But yeah, so we'll see. It might just be something that'll freak me out. But yeah. And then that's it. Then once I leave the plane, and then we'll see if yeah. Yeah. Okay, sorry. It was just a ride along. Okay, still awesome, cool. You wish you got to work on a helicopter? Maybe you could. Have you looked into it? Is it the stock C-152? Yes, it is the C-152 or the JPL mod. I feel like I probably should know. Just plain logic. I don't know. I feel like I know what that is, but my brain doesn't work right now. Soft fields are not meant to be soft. But you're not. You're supposed to hold the nose wheel off though. I didn't do that. You would rather fail than not try. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Good luck. Thank you. I'm gonna need it. I feel like I was a lot closer before, but okay. But yeah, I mean, I am. I'm just like, okay, fine. I'm gonna go get as much done as possible, and honestly, probably at this point, whatever I'm gonna need to come back and redo. Because I feel like there's so much more than the, I'll get back to main menu. Actually, hang on. Live weather. Isn't it beautiful? This is what it looks like without foggles. Oh, that's gorgeous. All right, but yeah, so escape, main menu, continue, pretty music. Yeah. But yeah, there's just so much more even than in the private. And I don't know, I feel like I have less of a grasp on it than, and I got to so I was a theater person, so my mentality is I need to do things over and over and over and over and over and over again before opening night. And I haven't really gotten to do that this time. So yeah, I'm nervous about that. Hopefully I have at least some more instruction and a little bit more, some more instruction, some more ground school beforehand, and then it's just whatever happens, and I just gotta deal with it. It's gonna be hard, but yeah. You thought they had to tell you right away if you fail something. Right, yes. So, but it was the last thing I did. I thought, so I did the short fields were what I was, most worried about. And I did the short field and it was okay. I kind of grinded on the brakes, but it was okay. And I stopped doing that. And then I think, I don't know. Maybe I didn't do it that time. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. And then we went back around to do the soft field, and that was what I was okay with. I was good with that. So I was like, okay, once I'm done with the short field, I'm good with the soft field. Came back around, and he told me, all right, you're gonna hold it off, and I'm gonna tell you when to settle on. And come in, and then just boom, and roll out. And I was like, oh no, and it was the absolute last thing that we did. The only thing left was to taxi back in. So, I mean, technically he would have been telling me right away, even if he had waited until, I don't know, anything else. I don't know. See, again, my brain wasn't working at the end of that. So, yeah, so it was just like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see this time. But yes, they usually do. If you fail it, then they're like, okay, sorry, I have to fail you. Do you want to continue or do you want to go back? And so usually, well, every time I've heard, it's like Just go ahead and continue. Don't let it stress you out. Just get the other things done. Because like at this point, you're not going to change the outcome. You're just going to be able to get some more things out of the way potentially that otherwise you would have to also do when you go back to redo it. So yeah. Okay. But yeah, now that you say that, and that's another thing too, is you're under the foggles the whole time for this one. So hopefully you're not like you're kind of away from like seeing DP, like writing stuff down, or it's just like having another instructor there not talking or anything. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see. So we taxied out, and then we took off terribly as usual, and then we looped back around to intercept the VOR to as the initial approach fix for the ILS, whichever one of the squiggly lines. I think it's, for the love, I think it's this one. It's got, no, hang on. Yeah, okay. So it's this one. So went here for the ILS, captured the ILS, went in, went missed, looped back around on the missed approach to the VOR and did our holds. Some of them look okay, and then some other stuff happened. I don't know. And then eventually we looped and went, got cleared for the VOR 14, went out and did the procedure turn after the hold. Did procedure turn, came in, and went, good lord, here, oh, and that's what we did, sorry. So we went and we tried to land, hang on, which one is it? Tried to land on one of them, it was terrible, too high, would have failed. But then again, it would have been something like, alright, we're going missed. And see what happens. Yeah. And then, so we came back around to see, and I did. I stayed at the same place and was still high. So I guess I'm still not sure where I need to be. And maybe I just need to start descending earlier. Like immediately upon base to final turn. I don't know. We'll see. Turned, went, and we actually landed that one, and it was kind of ish, but okay. And then we went out and did a loop, and then went that way and messed everything up. And this was our GPS thing, and we went, oh, okay, so we did. We went like that. We GPS'd our way down there, wiggly IFR spaghetti, way too overcooked. Went down, kept going, and we landed it. Don't know if we were fully deflected because we don't have the needle. And then we got off there, taxied back in, up to the fuel, finished the thing, and hopefully passed Checkride. I do. I keep swapping between, like, I've done what I can, and maybe I have a shot, sort of thing. And it's a license to learn, so I'm not expected to be perfect, but at the same time, I don't know. Like I do. I felt a lot better, even though I was super nervous for private Checkride. I don't feel as prepared, or like I've had enough experience and practice, and just generally studying over everything to not screw something up, because that's basically what I think I'm gonna do. If I fail anything, it's because I'm gonna do something dumb on accident. I mean, obviously, but just being overwhelmed with something and messing things up. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, hope I do well. Thank you. But you know, I'm far more capable. Okay, sorry, but you know far more than I think I do. Sure, more capable than I think I am. Thanks, I hope so. Keep studying and practicing. I will, trust me. Listen to Max Trescott interview Jason Blair. I love that one. Yes, I've listened to it twice, I think. So yeah, that one is excellent. Max Trescott interview with Jason Blair. Absolutely excellent. Yeah. Um and I listened to it like kind of earlier in my studying, and then I listened to it like either last week or the week before when I'd gone over a lot more stuff, and I was a lot better with the material. So yeah. Can also listen to 166 and it should be useful. Is that the finishing up one? Because was it the what was the question? There was the question about the safety pilot. If your safety pilot, in order to get you recurrent, filed the IFR flight plan, right? Because I did. I actually listened to that too. So those are excellent ideas. Thank you. Not a fail. It's not ready. Exactly, and that's the thing. Because if I put it off, like eventually, yeah, I'll be ready and I'll be able to just like blow right through it and be good. But I would really like to just kind of get it out of the way, because I'm not going to be actually filing. Well, I could file in VMC and do that. I'm not going to be flying in IFR or IMC anytime soon. So it's just kind of like I want to move on and just keep on getting the experience, because again, after my private check ride, I got more comfortable, and I actually kind of started to really put the things together naturally rather than being so stuck on the book stuff and like the studying for a test sort of thing, because that's what it kind of feels like. At a certain point, you're not learning the information anymore. You're just you're not actually learning it. You're just kind of going over it and over it again for the test itself. So, yeah. But, and again, we'll see. Not a test, a check ride. Right. But yeah, I want to do well. But we'll see. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, that was that. That was, oh my gosh, about almost 4.5 hours now. A lot longer. Yeah, I gotta get to bed. Oh god. Than I anticipated. I gotta go take care of my poor cat. So yeah, that was full mock instrument check ride. All the tedious things, all the doings, and yeah. Oh god. Thanks for sticking with me through it. I appreciate it. Episode 166 is titled Instrument Flying Gotchas, Filing IFR Flight Plans, and a Pilot Deviation. All right, I'm gonna look at that. Thank you very much. I will. I need. Let me write it down. Hang on. Have I done any long flights since I got my PPL? Do you mean by myself, or I think I've done like I did a long cross country by myself, but it was the same one I did for my PPL. Yeah. So that was just kind of like going over it again and just kind of seeing how far I've come, sort of thing. And then can I just I will look that up. I just don't know where to put it right now. My brain is not firing anymore. It's done. It's over check. Yeah. So moosh. But I appreciate that. I'm gonna look at it. But then I actually rode back with in a seaplane from Oshkosh with one of my instructor's buddies, and that was fun. A float plane, sorry. So that was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. It was just like regular flying, but you get to start and end on a lake, and it was amazing. It was super cool. But yeah, so that was cool. Other than that, no, not really. I got my cross country time in flying up to, not doxing myself, number 2 instructor, and then doing that stuff. But yeah, nothing. I do got to start using it, and that's another thing, is I want to get through Checkride so I can start doing more of the fun stuff. So yeah, yeah. So yeah, we'll get there. Best of luck. Thank you. I have it as much as I will have it. at the point that I actually take the Checkride. So I'm gonna keep on keeping on until then, and then I'll just let it happen. You'll put it in the Discord. Excellent. Sounds good. Thank you. That works. Thank you. I appreciate that. Was that during the air show? Yeah. Yep. So I was there for the week, and then that Sunday had to get up really early and go fly out of there. So that was super cool. The seaplane base was super cool. I'm looking forward to getting my float plane rating at some point. That'll be cool. Tailwheel, multi-engine, commercial first, of course, and then all the other stuff. So yeah, so that was fun. That was a super great week. It's fun meeting you. And then yeah, looking forward to the Discord. Looking at the oh, and I guess again, I don't know if I don't know if I don't know. There's other people in here, so like if anybody else is interested. Oh shoot, I can't do that. There we go. Hang on. Discord, yay. But then yeah. And again, brain is not firing anymore. After 4.5 hours of Checkride. Neat. It's one thing being at the air show, but something else experiencing it from the air. Right? Yeah. And there was different stuff for the float plane where there's certain things like you're not talking to people, but you also have to like make sure you're floating below where all their airspace is and everything, and then you can still see it. And yeah, so that was fun and that was cool. And it was super early, so it wasn't too busy at all, and that was nice. So yeah. Anywho, so that was a trip. Lots of stuff. We'll do it again soonish in real life. And yeah, other than that, that was that. Brain is absolute mush. To whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, hi, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Enjoyed having you here. It was about the only thing I did enjoy about this flight is you guys. But no, it was good. It was fun to get it, to keep practicing it. Always is. Always something new. And just, yeah, working on getting it. Hopefully I'll be able to work on some circling, because I think that was the main issue. So yeah, so circling. That's what I gotta work on if I get a chance to. But yeah, so that's that. Hope you enjoyed it. Even though it was, yeah, the way it was, particularly at the beginning, and then me just getting irate with the trim wheel. And we'll be flying again Tuesday, so hope to see you again soon. Flying again on Tuesday. And then yeah, if I've forgotten anything, I apologize. And yeah, I think that's it. Have a great whatever it's gonna be for you. Have a good night. Thank you. You too. And yeah. I think that's it. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.